set their offense as Pleasant Valley is sitting back in a 2-3 zone right now. Packing it in to force Anniston to shoot from outside. Kayla Perry on the drive, and she will be fouled on the shot. Fun fact about Kayla Perry, me and her dad played in high school together at Anniston. We were on the state championship team together. He was our best player. Really, he was really, really good. And here's his.
Do the games remind you of each other?
She can shoot it. You can tell he's taught her how to shoot the ball. Marcus was her dad was so versatile. He could do it. He can give it to you any way you want. He had the inside, mid-range, outside. He can shoot it off the bounce, catch and shoot. He could post. He could do it all.
Right.
And he had the charisma to go with it. You know? And so it's just good to see his kids now. Like you said, I remember when those kids were born. You know, so here they are at Anniston and they're playing, and just hopefully they could do well. But she can shoot it if she get those feet down, and the ball is going to get reversed. And there she is right there on the pull-up jump shot, just long. Anniston hustle, good hustle. Great hustle there by number 34 from Anniston, Kiara Thomas. There's another shot by Perry, just long again.
Another offensive rebound.
Yes, another opportunity. Ganaway, she's coming out with it. Pleasant Valley's doing a really good job also, just stay on the course, just do what they do. And Anniston is also, I just think there's a three-point shot from the corner, just missed there, and there's Roper on the offensive putback, and it is good.
Yeah, we just talked about the hustle offensively to get rebounds on the Anniston side on the offensive boards and give themselves second chance situations. Well, Pleasant Valley does the exact same thing right there as Macy Roper cleans it up.
Oh yes, that's who she is. Pleasant Valley 7 and Anniston 6 as we're on the closing minute of the first quarter here at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. Long three-pointer from the top of the key, just short, big-time rebound on the inside, and we have a foul. That rebound right there was big.
Yeah, Layla Tyus.
Yes.
Comes up with the offensive rebound, and not only gets the basket, Anniston goes back in the lead, but then also gets a chance at the three-point play.
Yeah, she is. She went up and got that with two hands at the highest point. Long, lengthy forward for Coach Bullock as Roper splits the trap, and she's coming up. And they trapped her again as the ball get reversed. She's tough, man. She's a tough little cookie. 30 seconds here in the first quarter as Pleasant Valley is working the ball around the perimeter, trying to find the best shot available for their team, as look like they're going to take the last shot if they can. Long three by Ganaway, just short. Out of bounds, Pleasant Valley with 9 seconds to go in the first quarter.
Yeah, good effort, good hustle there to try to save that basketball. But 9.5 is plenty of time here for Anniston to set something up in offense.
Yes. See if Anniston can get something here in the last 7 seconds. Zone defense. Ball moved to the middle, mid-range jump shot by Smith. Just missed. And Anniston leads Pleasant Valley 8-7 in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. We're going to go to break here.
Don't let some New York City lawyer in a fancy suit tell you the only way you can get the money you deserve in your car crash is to use his mega law firm. All you'll be there is just another number in an endless hall of records.
And remember, our files have names, not numbers, and the only size that matters is the size of the check.
So if you've been injured in a car crash, call Cleveland and Murphy, 256-403-5317, or look us up on the web at modelcitylaw.com.
Call my daddy!
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I'm flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
pie.
2023 as we enter the second quarter. Anniston leads Pleasant Valley 8-7. As Pleasant Valley will have the ball to start the quarter, and Anniston switches to defense. This time they're going to go out and they're going to play man.
Yeah, a little bit of a different look here. That way, just in case they made some adjustments at the end of the first quarter based on what they were doing in the first. Now they have to set up and do something completely new. So a little bit of a different look to start the second quarter.
Oh, yes. Great defensive switching as Coach Bullock showed man there, and now they're back in zone.
Right.
Switching defenses to confuse the offense. Offensive rebound there by Pleasant Valley. Another offensive putback, and it is good. That shot is made by number 4, Ellie Paris. Great work on the inside by Pleasant Valley.
Yeah, both their last 2 baskets from the floor have both been rebounds and putbacks. One by Macy Roper, that time by Paris.
Yes. As you can see, Pleasant Valley hustling. Great drive by 34. Anderson's going to pull it back out and reset. It's Perry at the top of the key. Another turnover by Anniston as Pleasant Valley's going to come out with it. Pleasant Valley leading Anniston 9-8 at the beginning of the second quarter. Pressure defense by Anniston. Great pass on the inside, and we have a foul call on Anniston as 30 will go to the free throw line, and that will be Haley Lee. As she goes to the free throw line, be Haley Lee as she goes to the free throw line. Anniston has to do a better job of guarding cutters.
Right.
One of the rules are no one should cut across your face, and what's so crazy is I learned that from Coach Bullock.
Right.
When he coached us in high school. Don't let him cross your face.
Right.
You know, and I assure you, Coach Bullock is over there telling him, like, look, you can't keep letting him cut in the middle of the zone because that's hurting you. But 2 misses there by Pleasant Valley as Anniston crosses half court, and they're going to try to set things up to see can they get something good here. Love to see girls execute offensively, man, because most of the time, a lot of girls in our area, not just in our area, across the state, aren't as skilled
right.
Individually where they can create their own shot and things like that. But when you can come out and run your motion offense, and good floater there by Perry, just short. As Pleasant Valley get the rebound, the Bulldogs are 1 and out that time. And Pleasant Valley brings the ball up the floor, and they're going to see can they attack this 1-2-2 defense by Anniston as Anniston causes the turnover, and they're off and running. Smith is really fast as she's going to drive it to the paint, and she just misses the scoop layup, and Pleasant Valley is coming back running. Ball gets reversed. Anniston does a really good job of transition defense of getting back.
Right, yes, and they don't necessarily let, whether it's a turnover or a missed shot, deflate them anyway, getting back defensively.
Pleasant Valley's going to reset. Let's see, can they get, there's the cutter again. Ball is another cutter. Great offense by Pleasant Valley. Blocked by Smith. There's Roper, big rebound by Tyus.
Yeah, no doubt. And that time Pleasant Valley had some pretty good offense going. And good recovery defensively.
Great drive. That drive right there is by number 34 from Anniston. Kiera Thomas, as she gets on the board with 2 points. Great floater there. Love the aggression. She put her head down and split the defense as Anniston switched their defense to 2-3. Really good switch by Coach Bullock as he see that those cutters are cutting through the middle of the plate.
Right.
So he switched the defense to a 2-3. So now when that cutter cuts, she will cut right into a defender.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, it's just it's good observation, and then saying, hey, you know, we got to match up on defense.
Yes, as Anniston's coming out running with it in 8. No numbers there. She touch passes it to Tyus, and Tyus with the layup for 2.
Another bucket there for Tyus. First one coming off of the missed shot that she had earlier.
As you can see, great defensive switch there by Coach Bullock as he see the cutters were causing the Bulldogs some problems, and now they're having to cut into a defender on the inside as Roper loads it up from the corner. Another offensive rebound and a foul. tough in the zone. It's tough to rebound in the zone because when the ball goes up, you still have to go find someone to block out.
Right.
To go get the rebound.
Exactly.
You know, sometimes you get so caught into, you get caught into just guarding your zone.
Right.
And when people are coming from your zone, going to get the rebound. So hopefully, man, Anniston can make that adjustment just to stop giving up the offensive rebounds, and they could create separation.
Exactly. And for whoever it is in the zone, this case in Pleasant Valley, doing what they just did, being able to collect the offensive rebound and going back up is an opportunity to collect some points at the free throw line.
Missed 2 free throws there by Pleasant Valley. They missed a few free throws and if they were 100% from the free throw line right now, the game will be tied. Anniston moves the ball as they get in their half-court offense, and the ball is get reversed. They're looking on the inside. Great pressure by Pleasant Valley as you get another foul call on the jump shot as Kiera Thomas will go to the free throw line for 2.
Another opportunity here for Anniston to pick up some more points, and a great job once again around the rim for the Bulldogs.
Yes, and that first free throw is made by Kiera Thomas, and these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. And Coach Bullock always does a really good job with Anniston of, his teams are good at all of the little stuff. As you can see, their body language is always good. Their posture, the team, they're engaged on the bench. Long 3, and there's a rebound as Anniston comes out with it. And he just does a really good job of that, and I think over the years, that's been the separation from all the other teams. There's long shot by Perry. She just need to step in a little bit to the high school line.
Right.
And I think she's on line. Most of the time, she's always on line.
Right.
And just if it's short or not. And we alluded to this yesterday about the court and your peripheral vision of just, you know what, I'm just going to shoot behind the furthest line that I can.
Right.
Because I want it to be a 3-pointer rather than a 2.
Yeah, and in the corners, it's not as bad as it is up top.
There she is right there, and Perry makes her first one. Big-time 3 by Kayla Perry.
That was a huge shot there, and good job offensively to moving without the basketball to get open.
Yes, great inbound underneath set by Coach Bullock there. Great defense, and Pleasant Valley is in some trouble, and tough foul right there. Great job by Roper. Instead of her sitting there waiting on the ball to come to her, she went to meet the ball.
Correct.
If she would have waited, that's a steal.
Right. I mean, you can't always be receptive to those passes against Anniston's press because they do such a good job of closing out on the basketball, having a nose to the basketball, closing out, and then turning it into quick points on the other end.
They're already in a 1-and-1 situation here as Anniston lead Pleasant Valley 17-9. And Roper misses the first one, front end of a 1-and-1. Big opportunity missed right there by Pleasant Valley as Anniston throws the ball in the backcourt. And it is out of, was it tipped?
I believe it was tipped, yeah, right before, like right as the pass, went out. I believe it was tipped by Pleasant Valley.
So Anniston gets the ball back with 2:22 left in the second quarter. Anniston leading Pleasant Valley 17-9. That's your Sonny King forward score. Here in the second quarter, Anniston's going to work the ball around as Pleasant Valley still in their 1-1-3 zone. And there's Roper on the steal as she run through the pass. And she's going to lay it out. She just misses it short. Another missed opportunity for Pleasant Valley. If they make those 4 free throws there and that made layup, they're only down a possession.
That's right.
Long 3 by Thomas, and it is missed as Anniston get another opportunity as Perry get the offensive rebound. Short jumper for Perry. Miss Long, another opportunity as Ty slapped the ball back out, and it looks like Anniston's going to set their offense.
Yeah, this is another situation where Anniston's offensive rebounding is giving them another chance to increase their lead.
And it's that zone, when you're in that zone, it's hard to rebound. Everybody got to crash out. You can't stand around and you watch, and I get it. You like it's like quicksand almost. It's easier to block a man out when you're guarding man-to-man.
Right.
But in the zone, Pleasant Valley and Anniston has to do a better job of blocking out people that's running in their zone and grabbing that rebound. Go get it. Gotta want it.
Mm-hmm. We've seen so many offensive rebounds here today, and that's definitely going to be a point of emphasis at halftime for both.
As Anniston, they've ran now like 35, 40 seconds off the clock, and they're pulling Pleasant Valley up out of that zone. As you can see, Pleasant Valley is up the pressure. They coming out towards half court. Anniston look like they're gonna take the last shot. One thing I do like about Coach Bullock, when Coach Bullock say hold, guess what they do?
They hold.
They hold. When
Yeah.
he say go, they go. You know, and that means they really trust their coach, and coach has prepared them for this. And so he knows and understands this is really smart for him to just keep the ball for the end of the quarter and don't risk the chance of Smith getting a third foul. And there's a turnover. Long time to try to hold it. Let's see if Roper, she misses it again. As Anniston has 5 seconds. 3, 2, pull up jump shot, and it is.
They have a foul on the floor right beforehand. Yeah, called a foul on the floor right beforehand. But good defense by Roper to be able to get out, but unable to collect it.
And we don't know how much of that is fatigue, because she played her heart out yesterday.
Yeah,
you know,
she did,
those legs. You're asking her to do it again. You know, probably just have to concentrate a little more as Takira Smith pull up jumper, and she misses it. Anniston leads Pleasant Valley 17-9 here at halftime of the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. We're gonna go to commercial break.
Don't let some New York City lawyer in a fancy suit tell you the only way you can get the money you deserve in your car crash is to use his mega law firm. All you'll be there is just another number in an endless hall of records.
And remember, our files have names, not numbers, and the only size that matters is the size of the check.
So if you've been injured in a car crash, call Cleveland and Murphy, 256-403-5317, or look us up on the web at modelcitylaw.com.
Call my daddy!
Come on down to Ollie's Car Wash here in Jacksonville. They have the automatic car wash and the self-serve where you can wash your car with their many different wash modes, which include engine cleaner, bug off, tire scrub, pre-soak, and the foam brush. Ollie's also has the detail section that has vacuums, trash bins, and an area to buy towels, tire shine, Armor All Whites, and air fresheners. So come on down to Ollie's Car Wash located at 811 Pelham Road South here in Jacksonville.
And we are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as Anniston leads Pleasant Valley 17-9 to start the second half. And Anniston will have the ball first as they move it around the perimeter as they're in their half-court offense. Swing the ball around, and great drive by Kayla Perry off the glass. Just missed it, get her offensive rebound, and she puts it back.
That's a huge play there by Perry, being able to get the offensive rebound. And this team kind of picking up where they left off in the second quarter with the second chance opportunities.
And Perry leads all scorers right now with seven points. Anniston, like you said, Anniston doing a really good job, and I'm sure that Coach Bullock made some adjustments there. Pleasant Valley just have to put it in the hoop. They had some really good opportunities there in the second quarter that they just missed. Some missed layups, missed free throws. She's going to line it up from three in the corner and just misses it long as the ball is tapped out of bounds by Roper, and Anniston will take over with 7 minutes and 23 seconds left.
Sprinted out to a 19-9 lead. Pleasant Valley was actually just down just 1 point at the end of the first quarter. They scored 7 points in the first quarter, only 2 in the second quarter, to see if they could pick up the scoring offensively here in the third.
There's Anniston again in the middle of that zone. Tykeria Smith off the glass again. And she knocks down that mid-range jump shot, and Anniston, with that made shot, is able to set their defense as Pleasant Valley does a really good job of breaking that press. And they're going to move it around the perimeter. Another three-point shot from the corner, and it is good.
Good ball movement there by Pleasant Valley,
yes.
And a really, really timely basket. They needed something really big there with that three.
That three-point shot was brought to you by Mountain Motorsports. As I was looking for a three-point shot, and Perry is going to try to match it, and she does.
Huge three-point shot. She had the first three-pointer of the day for any team in the second quarter, and comes back alive with a monster shot right there to answer Pleasant Valley.
She does, and she can really shoot the ball. 14, Kiana Hester, she can really shoot it also as Roper. She's look at her, man. She's tough in there. Like I said, she's their Draymond.
Yeah.
She's their Draymond. She's tough in there, man. She get the ball, faces up. She at the free throw line. Let's see, can she make 2 free throws here to get Pleasant Valley going a little bit as Hester hit a 3, and let's see, can she capitalize on this as these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractor, and she makes the first one.
Yeah, just continuing that momentum is really key.
Great job by that young lady. This game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office. We are so thankful to have them on board for the county tournament, and she sinks the second one also. Great job by that young lady. Let's see, Anniston's going to come out, and they're going to walk it up the court. Finally comes across the court as she's looking at this 1-1-3 zone as another drive by Anniston, and just long there by Anniston on that running.
And another chance here for PV. Scored just 2 points in the entire second quarter. Already have 5 here.
Another corner pass to Hester. She drives it. It's a jump pass. If ball gets reversed, and Roper's going to ball fake, and she's going to shoot the mid-range jumper just long as Anniston, Tykeria Smith wants to run, and she pulls it back out and looks like they're going to set their offense. And just as I say that, here they are on the attack. Good driving kick. Ball's going to get reversed, and Coach Bullock gets what he wants here as Anniston is very deliberate with their attack. As Perry lines it up from the corner, and there's another one.
Huge three-point shot there. That's now 3 on the game. You said it when she was at the free throw line earlier. She takes after her dad. She can shoot the thing, and she's showing that range here today. She already has 3 three-pointers.
Her dad could really fill it up, man. Like I said, one of our best friends growing up, and I watched him even when we were kids playing against each other. So, and when we grew up in high school, man, he was fun to play with. And as you can see with his daughter, the same way as Pleasant Valley trying to match it, misses the 3, and Anniston is off and running. There's a 2-on-1 situation, and Perry lines it up again, and boom!
Wow.
And that three-point shot is brought to you by Mountain Motorsports. And again, at the top of there she is playing some defense and gets her hands on the ball as Anniston leads Pleasant Valley 30-14 as we come up on the halfway mark in the third quarter. she's really separated the game with the jump shot, as it seems as if Pleasant Valley is going to take a timeout, 30-second timeout here. This timeout is brought to you by Bob Eaton at Alpha. Like you said, I told you at the top of the telecast that she could shoot it, and I've seen her do it before. I mean, really good mechanics, and like you said, she has 4 threes right now. That's 12 points, and that's the separator in the game right now.
Yeah, and she's doing it so many different ways. She's done it off the dribble, and she's done it just coming off of just coming down the court, getting inside their offense, finding her spot there in transition, and Coach Hood probably called this timeout in small part to just get her off the floor for a second and try to cool her down, but then also getting his team to cool themselves down. They've answered every time. They call timeout and they've responded each time during those timeouts. We'll see if they do so here, but it has certainly been the Kayla Perry show here in this third quarter.
As she lead all scorers with 16 points, she's actually outscoring Pleasant Valley right now.
Right.
She has 16, but she shoots the ball really well. And let's see if Pleasant Valley can respond here, and I'm sure that they will. A lot of Pleasant Valley shots in this zone that Anniston running has been coming from the corner, crossover dribble by Funby, and the floater. It is good.
Nice run there by Fonby. I thought for a second she might pull it back out, but she was really confident in her shot. She knocks it down.
Well, she is. She's very skilled also. And one thing about Funby took a year off. And I think that's one of the things that helped her. I just think her dad does a really good job with her. I just think she needed that mental break, and she took it, and now here she is back again, and she's doing really well out there. She looks very comfortable and confident, and that's what you want. Good hustle by Anniston as they have a deflection out of bounds.
Yeah, you can see not affected by the score at all, up almost 20, but they are still fighting and clawing here. Tough task down in the paint with Roper coming off a fantastic game in the second round.
Yes, there's Roper again, and she's directing traffic. It's Ganaway at the top of the key, got a ball screen action, and she's going to pull it out and get the reversal. Great bounce pass there. And Fonby on the steal, and she's off and running. She's by herself, and she's going to get a layup. +2, Anniston.
Nice individual effort there, both defensively and then being able to clean it up on the other end by Fonby.
Anniston has extended the lead to 20 as they are up 34-14 here in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. This is Anniston's first game, and Pleasant Valley having a hard time handling the ball over there. That quickness and speed by Anniston has really bothered the Red Raiders here. And one thing about it is that the girls from Pleasant Valley, they're going to continue to play hard. They're going to continue to be who they are. As Anniston traditionally is always a tough out for anyone in this county tournament.
No doubt. And this will probably be one of the toughest teams Pleasant Valley plays all season. So this will do nothing but help them, propel them as they move forward in Class 2A Area 9.
Yes. And I think they're one of the top teams in Class 2A Area 9. Also, long three-point shot by Hester as Roper is moved the ball around, and there's just a little too aggressive there by Funby as she runs into it, and she collided with Ganaway.
Yeah, tried her best to
pull up,
get into the passing lane, and then after she realized she couldn't get there, she was trying to pull up, but as you said, a little too aggressive, coming in a little too hot.
This is good. This is good for Anniston. As Anniston switched their defense to a 1-3-1. 1-3-1 half court. That was a staple of Coach Ware's defense when I was in high school. Everybody knew we knew once we went 1-3-1, it was a different level of intensity. As Tykeria Smith get the steal, and she's gonna kick it to the corner as Perry lines it up and just misses it there. Big time rebound by Anniston on the inside by number 12, Tasia Truss.
One of the few seniors on this basketball team, Truss is, along with Zakiah Spinks. This is a really young squad here for Coach Eddie Bullock.
Yes, he will return most of the house next year, and I know he's excited about that. Those girls get another year experience under his belt, and you know, Coach, like I said, I think Coach Bullock, what he does at Anniston is really good, and what people really don't see about Coach Bullock, Coach Bullock's not worried about if his girls missing practice. And those girls want to be at practice,
Right.
and it's been that way since 2004.
Right.
Like, it's been that way for a long time. Like, those girls coming to practice, working hard every day. Like you said, Coach Bullock said, we're gonna run from here to Mumford. They're gonna line it up and they're gonna run. So he has complete control over there, and those girls, they believe in him, and he believes in them. So you know, it's just, you don't have many coaches like that around anymore. And now that I'm on that other side of coaching, I have a different appreciation for that, because every place don't get that, you know. And so Coach Bullock is doing a really good job with those girls, and he's gonna coach them hard. And guess what? And they respond. They don't take it personal.
Exactly.
I mean, I love it.
Yeah. I mean, I think they know he's got their best interest in heart, and a lot of times you could just take the score graphic out, and you can't tell if they're down 20 or up 20. He just coaches them the exact same way, and this is what you're seeing right here. I know the word culture gets thrown around a lot in sports, but he certainly has built a true culture. That's the reason why the same athletes, the same kind of athletes, you know, have the same level of response to his hard coaching from 2 decades apiece, because they all understand it's the culture that he's built, and all the strong programs have it. You don't win a championship every single year, but you're always competing because you have built that culture.
And that's true, because Coach Bullock, I remember him having that conversation with us when I was in high school. He said, and it's so crazy that you remember those things that they used to tell you. They used to tell us in due season, you will figure out if you're a pretender or a contender.
Right.
He said, in due season, don't worry, you can't hide from it, you can't run from it. Then when it comes, we're gonna find out what it is. As Pleasant Valley gets a big bucket right there, needed bucket, right there in the paint. That's the ball. Anniston got some new girls in, and we have a travel call on Takiri Smith.
Macy Roper had the basket a little bit earlier on. That was a great play call from Coach Brad Hood out of the timeout.
Pleasant Valley, I'm excited to see Pleasant Valley too, because they have a really good ball club also, and you can just, I will think they will have something to say there in Class 2A, as Class 2A is a class that a lot of people, nice pass there by Roper, as Hester makes the short jumper again. In Class 2A, they play some really good ball in Class 2A, and what I mean by Class 2A, you have some years there where you have Sandrock and Pisgah, and man, them teams are really, really good.
Exactly.
And Pleasant Valley will be one of those teams in that hunt with them.
100%. I misspoke earlier. It wasn't Brad Hood. Brad Hood's on the other side coaching my boys over there, Brad Hood, but my good buddy Colton Morris, the head coach over with the girls. Great play out of the timeout, and good response here after Anniston's big run. So we'll see how they close this one out with 1 period left.
Anniston does a good job of taking the last shot of the quarter as the clock runs under 10 here in the third. 5, and they're gonna drive it. Kick out to the wing, 3-point shot, just missed. Anniston up 34-18 on Pleasant Valley in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. We just in the third quarter. We'll be back with the fourth quarter here after break.
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I'm flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
Hi, I'm Susan Shipman, Director at Second Chance. Second Chance provides safe shelter and supportive services for victims of domestic and sexual violence and educates residents of the communities served, empowering victims in their recovery and the public towards intervention in these crimes. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men will experience domestic violence in their lifetime. You know someone. Please give us a call, 800-650-6522.
And we are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as Anniston leads Pleasant Valley 34-18 here to begin the fourth quarter. The Lady Raiders are still fighting as Hester loads up the three from the corner, just misses it short. Big rebound here by Anniston as they are off and running. Be good to see who can put together a good fourth quarter here. Will Anniston put together a good fourth quarter and close it out?
Right.
Or will Pleasant Valley be the team that fight back?
Yeah, we saw a lot of offense there in that third quarter. Anniston went into halftime with 17 points. Well, they scored 17 in that quarter to get to 34. Meanwhile, Pleasant Valley had 9 points at the half. They scored 9 points in that quarter. So both teams matched their first half production in one quarter in the third. So we'll see if that trend continues here in the fourth.
So it just seems as the game go on and the day go on, the basket gets wider and wider. As Tykeria Smith here, she makes her first free throw. That free throw is brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. And she's had a solid game also. Smith is rebounding really well and running the floor, playing defense. She's making free throws. Always fun to see kids to play consistent winning basketball. As Pleasant Valley's going to work it up past half court. They're moving the ball. There's a good drive there. Have a collision, but there's a no call. Fadeaway jump shot by Roper over the left shoulder as Anniston comes out with it. And there's Perry. And Smith is going to push the tempo as she drives it all the way and just misses it. Big rebound by Tyus. Another rebound by Tyus. And there's a jump ball as that possession arrow should say Anniston.
That's right. Good job by Pleasant Valley as well. Making that shot hard, denying the shot overall, but excellent job by Tyus picking up a couple of extra offensive rebounds in the tie-up.
Tough pass by Anniston. Coach Bullock is telling like that pass is not there. You can tell as he called times. He called timeout, and this timeout is brought to you by Bob Eden and Alpha. Coach Bullock's not happy with that one.
Most certainly not, and he understands. I mean, there's a bigger goal in mind for he and his team. He wants to make sure they get back to that championship tomorrow or the championship on Friday, and in order to do so, they have to continue to play well. For all four quarters. Anniston won 5 in a row and then went back to the state championship game last year and lost to Oxford, the eventual county champions. And then Oxford ended up playing for the state championship before losing to Power Hazel Green. So this is a different situation here for this Anniston team. This team was always the team that always ended up winning it, but now they're in a situation where they have some really strong competition. They'll have a chance to play Oxford a little bit later on. It's down the road. They got to take care of business, but so far they're looking good here today. That's a great play out of the timeout.
As you can see, Coach Bullock raised his hand before the ball even went in. Steph Curry, as he knew, he saw the execution there by his girls as Perry loads up another Mountain Motorsport three-point shot. And like you said, I think it will be different for Anniston and for Oxford this year, where Oxford winning the championship, do they play with the same hunger as they did when they didn't have the championship?
Yeah.
Which I don't think Anniston did last year, because it's tough to stay that hungry that long. But I think with the Bulldogs losing last year, I believe that they are going to be hungry, and we'll see if Oxford can match that also. That's a rival game in itself with Anniston and Oxford. It's been that way around here for decades, for years. And we'll see if these two can make it back to the championship game.
I was going to say, is that zero disrespect to Piedmont, Alexandria, Ohatchee, Jacksonville, and of course Pleasant Valley, who's playing here today, and White Plains. There's still a lot of basketball between now and then, but Anniston looking right now like a team that's punching their ticket to the next round after another great basket there.
By Tykeria Smith on the steal. She's having a really, really good game. And if anybody's from Anniston area or from Calhoun County area that's familiar, great shot by Roper as she slashes in the paint to put it off the board for Pleasant Valley. But Tykeria Smith, if anybody's familiar with Anniston, in Calhoun County, the 1989 state championship team. She is the daughter of the top receiver, Billy Smith.
Oh, wow. Okay.
On that team. That's his daughter. And
good genes.
Oh, yes. And to be honest, she plays just like him.
Yeah.
Basketball just like him. So, yeah, that's very athletic. He was top receiver on that 89 team with Steve Christopher and Orlando Waters and company. He was one of the top players. So, like you said, it's good to see Anniston's. And there she is again on the drive, and she gets an and one.
Huge play there. And Smith once again making her presence felt here in this fourth quarter, as is Perry. So Anniston not having to just rely on one or two players. And you mentioned Serena Hardy is out for this team. So I mean, this team could be even more lethal offensively.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, she is. And it's very unfortunate for that young lady because she is very talented. She's one of the key players for Anniston. She just, she's been out the all season, so Coach Bullock had to learn how to adjust without her. As the ball goes out of bounds on Anniston right here. And like you said, I think Anniston will be one of the top teams in Class 4A too. I mean, I assure you teams want to play against them. But there's some really good teams in 4A and Good Hope and New Hope.
Right.
As we have a timeout here, and this timeout is brought to you by Bob Eaton at Alpha. We're going to talk it out a little bit as Anniston leads 44-20 over the Pleasant Valley Lady Red Raiders in the fourth quarter of the Calhoun County Tournament 2023.
Yeah, just as a heads up, coming up next at the 4:30 is the scheduled tip-off. The other number 2 seed on the boys' side, the Oxford Yellow Jackets, will take the court for the first time. They'll face off against Faith Christian, who got a nice win yesterday. And then at 6 o'clock, the Oxford girls, the number 1 seed and defending champions, will take on White Plains. White Plains, the 9 seed, got a big win yesterday. And then at 7:30, our final game of the day, Jacksonville, the top seed on the boys' side, will take on the 8th-seeded Sachs Wildcats.
Well, yeah, good lineup this afternoon. As wide open 3 out of the timeout by Pleasant Valley, just missed short. There's another shot by Pleasant Valley. It's missed in the paint, and there's Roper on the offensive rebound. She's always in the right spot, and the ball falls in her lap. Let's see, can she get two more free throw makes here?
Yeah, good job on the boards there for Pleasant Valley, and this will be the way to chip back into this one, being able to get themselves back to the free throw line.
She's one of the better players in the county. Just blue-collar worker, and you need more of those on your team. The more of those you have on the team, the better it is for you. Some people that are not afraid to stick their nose in there, get dirty a little bit,
right? Play
physical.
And it's always great when those players, the ones that do the little things, the winning plays in basketball, are also your leading scorers.
Oh, yeah.
It sets a good tone and a good example for everybody else.
It does. It does, as she makes both of those. So she's shooting better from the free throw line. And Anniston, Pleasant Valley's going to apply some pressure themselves, as they're going to pick up and they're going to play man-to-man defense on Anniston, as Smith is out at the half-court line, 5-second count on. She beats her man in Pleasant Valley. Big rebound by Ganaway. Great defensive stop by Pleasant Valley there as they were playing their man-to-man defense, and they're going to try to load it up. Pleasant Valley having all kinds of trouble. We have a jump ball, and this jump ball right here should go, I think it goes to Pleasant Valley this time.
I think so. Good job by Haley Lee, just finding that loose ball and then just diving to the floor and making sure she got her hands on it and get the tie up.
And as we expected, we know that Pleasant Valley is going to continue to play because that's who they are. That's who they are. Let's see, if I was a coach, I'd be saying, let's see, can we get it to under 10?
Right.
Get it under 10. As you'll see Coach Bullock here, he'll put some more girls in. As there's an offensive foul. What did he call? Yeah, there's an offensive foul. It's a block, illegal screen there by Pleasant Valley as Anniston will take over. I would think that Coach Bullock he'll make a few substitutions here.
Yeah.
He will only make a few substitutions here if he believes that his girls are in a good momentum for the next game.
Right, right.
If the girls that are out here now, the starters, aren't closing the quarter well and closing the game well, he probably won't make that substitution.
Yeah, just he'll want to make sure, obviously, because you got an extra day between now and the next time they play the semifinal game coming up on Thursday. So you've already waited a long time to even hit the court. So it's been a long time since you last played, and then you got an extra day in between. And I kind of agree with you. Just the big thing for Coach Bullock is making sure that this team is game ready for Thursday.
Oh yes, and there's Tykeria Smith who breaks free again as she's gonna lay it up with the left. +2, Anniston again. Anniston leads Pleasant Valley 46-22 as we come up on the halfway point of the fourth quarter here in the Calhoun County tournament. This game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office, and there's a big time three by Pleasant Valley, Lainey Robinson.
Yeah, Lainey was excellent in the game before yesterday, hit 4 3-pointers on her way to 13 points.
And a big steal by Ganaway after that shot as she was fouled on the layup, and she'll get 2 free throws.
Yeah,
Great
nice
defense.
Yeah, very nice. And you mentioned the fact that Pleasant Valley will not roll over. They were down 20. And since then, we've seen some great baskets. We've seen some Macy Roper aggressive play. We've also seen big 3-pointer there by Lainey Robinson, and then another nice defensive play there by Ganaway.
As she loads up the second one, and she makes the second one. Looks like we have a violation on the free throw line, so the referees will wave that off. And Anniston will take the ball out as Pleasant Valley is applying pressure in their man-to-man press versus Anniston. And they're doing a really good job as Tykeria, she's so quick and fast. She's just blowing by her man, and she got a drop-off pass there to Matasia Trust, one of the only seniors on Anniston team.
Yep, that's exactly right. And you know, you get a really young team that has had this much success. It's really it shows the level of coaching from a really high standpoint, understanding. You know, he's got a young squad, bringing them along, and looking really solid here in their first game of the Calhoun County tournament.
Yes. They are. They're doing a good job right here in their man-to-man defense. They're making it so tough. And there's a foul call and one.
What a play. What a play there by Roper. Being able to drive, go through the contact. It was good defense at the beginning, but then as she was going up, got hit on the arm. Did not affect Roper's trajectory at all. She's able to slide that one off the backboard and in, and chance now 2 more.
She's strong. You know, like you said, when she's getting hit, it doesn't look like it bothers her at all. It's more like she's giving the hits rather than taking the hits.
Exactly.
And she makes another free throw. She's put together a really good game. And she has 15 points on the night. Tykeria is going to walk it up across half court, try to get Anniston in their offense as they've spread the floor out to go 5 out. And there's another drive, and she's going to pull up jump shot and miss. Great defense by Pleasant Valley as they closed in on Tykeria Smith as she drove it inside the lane, maybe a little too deep. Roper's going to work it around the perimeter. I'll go to the corner. I think Pleasant Valley would do really well in their 5 out. You got to get some cutters.
Yeah, most definitely.
Get a few cutters right there, put pressure on the defense to have to guard the basket as Anniston is off and running, and there's a layup by Truss again here in the fourth quarter.
Nice play there by Truss, and she's having a solid fourth quarter here. The senior is doing a really good job of keeping her team spirits high, and looks like Anniston will march on to the semifinal round.
This timeout right here is brought to you by Bob Eden at Alpha. As you can see the seriousness of the girls in the timeout at Anniston.
That's right.
Just by looking at them, you wouldn't believe that they're up 20 plus points.
Yeah.
Here, 22 points. Here.
Exactly. And a big thing for this Anniston team, we talked about the second half scoring. They had only 8 points there in that first quarter, added 9 in the second quarter, exploded for 17 in the third, but already sitting on 16 points here in the fourth. So the scoring's gotten better in each quarter. Same thing for Pleasant Valley as well. Pleasant Valley has 10 points now in this quarter, besting what they did in the first half when they had 9. So both teams showing marked improvement throughout the course of the game.
Right, and Anniston's gonna try to close this one out. You know, like you said, as they will advance to the next round, as they are no stranger to this tournament, and they usually do well every year. And I thought Pleasant Valley has done well also, as those girls are there. There's my girl right there, Roper, breaking the press. She's gonna drive and shoot the runner, just rolls out. Like I said, she plays so hard.
And even after the missed shot, she was trying to go after the steal and get 2 more.
Very competitive, you know. You love to see that, you know. And if I had a daughter, I would want my daughter to be like Roper.
Exactly.
There's a drive by Funby, and just missed it long. Great drive by that young lady there. Just concentrate a little more, put it in the square. There's Roper on the drive and 1.
Yeah, she's continuing to make the most of this moment here. Roper is just is a senior, you know, heading into the season. But one of the big things, you know, for this Pleasant Valley team is belief, and I think she brings so much of it just in the way she plays.
Yes, she has that heart, man. You know, and a lot of people, you know, they talk about having heart. That was a huge thing when I was growing up. Like, you have to have heart, man.
Right.
You gotta. And what is that? You know, and that heart is you gotta care. You gotta, your blood gotta always be flowing, and you gotta be tough.
Yeah.
You know, and so she possessed all of those qualities, as she's exerted all of her energy throughout this game, throughout this tournament, in these 2 games that she played, and I can literally say that young lady left it all out on the floor.
Oh, so. Yeah. A lot of times just wound up on the floor, you know, getting 50-50 balls and working and trying to get her team into the best possible situation. So Pleasant Valley will go 1-1 in the tournament after knocking off Weaver yesterday, scoring 53 points in that win. Coming up next for them, they'll play on Monday. Next week, they'll take on Cedar Bluff. So, yeah, it's back to the grindstone for them as they look to march on into the Class 2A playoffs.
Oh yeah, it's about that time, the best time of the year, and you can feel it after the county tournament.
Right.
If you can, you know, we used to have to, after the county tournament, playing in those championship games and the highs and the lows. You know, we used to have to take a few days off.
Right.
Just to no practice, and just to get our teams to come back down to reality and say, look, we got more fish to fry. I'm not going to say better fish to fry, but we have more fish to fry. So, and Anniston, like you said, Coach Bullock will do a good job, and Pleasant Valley will also, as they take on Cedar Bluff. And Cedar Bluff is traditionally good also.
Yeah,
on the girls' side.
Yeah, they are. So they'll most definitely present a really tough challenge after that. It's Munford and Ranburn, Westbrook Christian, Asheville, and then as you mentioned, towards the end of January is when you start wrapping up your regular season. Early February, wrap up your regular season, and then you start your area tournaments, and it's a mad dash right to the state championships over in the Birmingham Arena, over at the Legacy Arena, the newly renovated Legacy Arena. It was beautiful there a couple years ago, and that's every team's final destination. Anniston's been there a handful of times, won its state championship not that long ago under head coach Eddie Bullock, and looking for that same kind of trajectory again this year.
Right, and they're going to be a team that the best teams are going to have to jostle with. You know? He's not as, Anniston not as big as they used to, but like you said, they usually are, but you can tell that culture is set, and these girls play the same way. Even other girls that came under Coach Bullock was Marquita McMurray's, and you take the Takifa Hughley's, the Takoyas.
Right.
Oh my goodness, all those girls, good drive by Fundy. And she gets a layup on the and one. And all these girls, like you said, it's just almost like they graduate, he plugs in Patricia Pickens, and
right.
just over the years. And so he's done a really good job with those girls, and they should be thankful to have coaches like that, because there's not a lot of just great coaches walking down the street or
right.
in your system that can really coach at a high level, and that's take your hats off to Coach Bullock and what he's done, as he's going to make the mass sub to get the young girls in, and this is always fun. Look at those girls. He makes them bring towels in to make sure everybody's engaged.
Right. Locked in.
Yeah, make sure you take it right to her so she can know what she could do as they have a turnover and they're going to hustle on the floor. We have a tie-up by Pleasant Valley, and again,
here it is, like down 20 with 14 seconds to go, and this is the effort that you get. It's what you like to see.
That's what you want, and you saw that Coach Bullock subbed those girls in within under the 20 seconds. No girls ran on the floor. That's great culture for your team, as Pleasant Valley loads up the three, and the offensive rebound put back for Pleasant Valley. Look at the bench over there by Pleasant Valley. They're happy. The starters are happy for that young lady as she scores, as Anniston will defeat Pleasant Valley Lady Raiders 53-32 in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023, as Anniston will advance to the next round. And we're going to take a break, and we'll be back.
Hi, I'm Tracy. Welcome to Backyard Dreams. Come in. Let me show you around.
Hello, I'm Adam, store manager with Backyard Dreams and Design. Let us help create the backyard of your dreams.
Hi, I'm Tracy. Welcome to Backyard Dreams. Come in. Let me show you around.
The Calhoun County Commission, made up of Fred Wilson, Danny Shears, Carolyn Henderson, Terry Howell, and Lee Patterson, ask you to take a look at what Calhoun County has to offer. Our beautiful parks, neighborhoods, recreational facilities, historic sites, and museums. Our citizens enjoy a high quality of life and strongly support the arts. If you're considering expanding or starting a new business, take a look at Calhoun County. You'll be glad you did.
Serving Calhoun County in the state of Alabama since 1994, offering some of the most competitive interest rates in the mortgage industry, along with a wide variety of mortgage products. We are with you throughout the home buying process, offering you service before and after the close. Fast, reliable, local. Visit us today or apply online at our website, jacksonmortgageco.com.
And you remember, if you need a home loan, call my daddy.
Miller Funeral Home and Crematory has been helping families since 1970 through a commitment of turning difficult times of losing a loved one into a beautiful occasion of reflection and even celebration by responding to hurting families with kindness and expertise. Miller Funeral Home also offers a flameless cremation process that uses water instead of fire called aquamation. Let Miller Funeral Home and Crematory make hard times a little easier for your family. That's Miller Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 50 Hamrick Drive East in Oxford.
Serving East Alabama for over 20 years, Samco is your local convenient, clean, and friendly gas station. Fill up your tank with gas, diesel, or your favorite snacks and drinks. Samco has 48 locations to serve you in Calhoun, Etowah, Marshall, Talladega, and Cleburne counties. Samco is a proud community leader in giving back to help support local schools in East Alabama. For your convenient, clean, and friendly gas station needs, it's Samco.
We are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. Alongside I have Gerhard Mathigani and I am Raphael Graves, and we're gonna kick off the boys game on this Tuesday afternoon as we have the four-time defending champion Oxford Yellow Jackets, as this is their first time in the county tournament here this year, as they're gonna play against Faith Christian, who had a really big win yesterday. Behind the likes of Thomas Curley and Connor Richenhagen and Joshua Aravello. So Oxford is going to get their first time on the county tournament, and they're no stranger to this, and they know what's at stake here. Oxford they pride themselves on county supremacy.
Yeah, right.
So we're going to see what it's like here tonight.
Yeah, no doubt. I think this is a really interesting matchup between a Faith Christian basketball team that, as we talked about a little bit earlier on, they already have some history on this court, and that's a really big thing for them. Faith Christian coming in as the number 7 seed. They got revenge on Donahoe, lost to Donahoe in the regular season, came into this gym, beat Donahoe 65-50. As you mentioned, Thomas Curley was incredible in the game, scored 25 points in that matchup. Joshua Arabello scored 16 against the Falcons, and they were able to pick up the win there. And then not only that, they were also able to get themselves some confidence, knowing what they did well in that matchup against Donahoe, and they'll try to use it here against the Oxford Yellow Jackets, who come in as a number 2 seed. We don't see a whole lot of huge upsets in this tournament, but Faith Christian here with the opportunity to knock off the 2 seed. Oxford playing in their first game here this year, but no strangers to this gym, as you mentioned.
Oh, no question. And with Oxford being in Class 6A, which I think 6A is the toughest class.
Oh, yeah.
Out of all classifications in Alabama, just the depth of the class or how many teams are good, their schedule that they've played has been really tough on them. With Coach Van Meter's team is extremely young this year.
Right.
Where we talking 8th and 9th graders are on the roster, 10th graders, not many older kids on that team. And so he's been developing and he's been clawing all year trying to get the culture set with these new young guys coming up. And what's a better way if they can get some wins here in the county tournament to get some of that confidence going in? And I think they will make a push where teams in Class 6A wouldn't want to play Oxford because they can probably spoil your party.
Exactly. Yeah, and you mentioned how young they are, and that's a really key thing here for this Oxford team. How fast can they settle in? This is a team that's won the last 4 straight county tournaments. Last year, knocked off Jacksonville 64-62. Of course, Jacksonville went on to win the Class 4A state championship. So this is their first time back in this tournament. A tournament that they've won before, as we said, four straight times. One of the few teams that's won it a lot over the recent history. So this will be a really interesting test here for Joel Van Meter's crew to see if these young guys can keep up the legacy that they've created over the last half decade or so.
And there's some key players. I think this game is going to come down to Thomas Curley, Joshua Aravello, Connor Richenhagen, those guys at Faith, and I think at Oxford, of course, Jalen Alexander, TJ Allen, and Jaden Lewis. They're going to need big games out of those guys, and whichever one of those teams have the best guys that play tonight, that's who's going to win the game. As Faith wins the tip as they go inside to their main man as he just misses the layup. Great shot right there by Thomas Curley, just missed it as Oxford would take over the possession here in the first quarter as they're going to set their offense. Good drive by Allen as Allen turns the ball over on the drive. Curley is coming up the side of the court as good drive right there by 8th grade Connor Richenhagen, just comes up short. Love the pace of these guys. Full court pass, and there's a missed dunk, and there's a foul. Great pass by Alexander, the one-hand pass, as he saw Jaden Lewis rim running down the court.
Yeah, excellent pass there, and you see the athleticism as number 12, Jaden Lewis, able to dunk that basketball, or you saw him, able to get up there. Obviously, the dunk didn't go through, but you see the athleticism, and as you mentioned, it all started with that really quick pass from the defense.
Oh, yes.
After defense.
And he misses the first free throw, as these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractor. Also, this game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office. We're very thankful to have them to help us make this happen for these young student athletes in this county tournament, as Jaden Lewis sinks the second free throw as Oxford is up pressing here in the first quarter. Oxford does a really good job of got some quick guards and Caleb Sanders and those guys. Coach Bullock, Coach Van Meter does a really good job of preparing his team. And he practiced them really hard. Those guys are really invested. So ball screen action on the pass inside, and there's a steal by Joshua as the ball moved up, and Curley's going to slow it down. And Oxford is in the zone there as Tyler Bell gets it inside. Great drive here by Curley as he picks up his pivot and he lays it up off the glass with the left. Really smooth.
Really, really smooth basketball play there by Curley. We saw him on the opening play of the basketball game. A little bit of that same move, just trying to get to a spot. That time just threads through the Oxford defense for the Lions' first points.
As Jalen Alexander driving in the paint just comes up short. They are letting them play as they should. Faith Christian, like I said, Coach Hughes really have those guys playing really good basketball as Aravello shot comes up short, and they are 1 and out as Oxford's going to push the pace up the sideline. Long three-point shot by Oxford, and there's a over-the-back call by TJ Allen.
Yeah, you see TJ Allen down there, fighting for that rebound. I believe it's Garrett Carroll also down there with him. And
they called it the other way.
Yeah, they called it on
TJ out.
Oh, that's right.
Inbound underneath here for Oxford, as really great pass by Alexander to Lewis. Good execution there by Oxford as they drop it off to Lewis in the paint, as Lewis has all of Oxford. 3 points right here in the first quarter as Oxford lead Faith Christian 3-2. It's your Sonny King Ford score right now, and always thought that Coach Hughes, Corey Hughes, would be like a good coach, though, because his demeanor is tough. I remember when he was a player.
Right.
And then also as an official, and always was a student. I'm going to tell you something. He used to ask me all the time after games, like, hey, can you send me film of me officiating? So he always wanted to get better in the game. It's Curly, long three from downtown as that three-point shot is brought to you by Mountain Motorsports.
Picking up right where he left off. As we mentioned earlier, he's coming off that really good game against Donahoe, where he dropped 25 points in the contest. Already a quick 5 here.
There's a drive here in the paint. There's a long three by Allen trying to match it, and he misses it as Lewis fights for that offensive rebound on the inside. Lewis is strong.
He certainly is.
Got broad shoulders, man. He's moving people out of the way. And I think Yoshi Aravello is up for the challenge. As TJ Allen could have took a shot there, but he chose not to. And there's Alexander on the long three, just comes up short. Curly with the rebound, and Faith is going to push the pace as they're going to reverse the ball on the inside. Wild pass. As there's a drive, and look like we have a charge call. Great job by the young man, Jaden Lewis, as he steps in there to take a charge on Aravello.
Yeah, sacrificed the body there, and a good job in being able to get his team the basketball, right back. And for Faith, another empty possession here. But however, still holding on to that 3-2 lead, all thanks to Curly.
Oh yes, and Tyler Bell, as you can see him right there on defense. Great pass by Alexander, the no look. I mean, just that talent that he has. Tyler Bell, I love it. Him defensively, he's a pest.
Yeah, he certainly is. Yeah, he certainly is. And he's one of these guys that, to me, he was called upon yesterday to have to guard Drew Williamson, another one of the better players in the county. And he comes through today, once again with another start, another great play. Yep.
TJ Allen with a long three-point shot, and he can shoot it. Now that's what he does. They need TJ Allen to have a good game as Curly matches it from the corner. Curly says, you know what, I'm here to play also. And look at him, he's guarding up full court. I love the way that Coach Hughes, he's not playing the respect game. We're gonna play D game. And so there's a long missed three-point shot. There's a rebound by Sanders and another offensive rebound by Lewis as he puts it in.
And the coach was asking for an over-the-back call there to no avail. These guys are playing really physical basketball.
Official's going to call foul there on Caleb Sanders with the arm bar out there on the perimeter. That's not allowed. They made that a point of emphasis a few years ago. They want you to, I used to love when they used to let us arm bar just a little bit, even when I was the offensive player. Like,
right.
I'm going to show you that I can play through that as Curly gets the ball in the corner. Hardly ever see Faith Christian taking bad shots. As you see, they're going to work it around the perimeter, see can they get what they want. There's a turnover, and there's Lewis, and this is probably going to be showtime. And it is by Jaden Lewis with the left-hand slam.
What a great play there. Good defense. And the sophomore, just a sophomore, Jaden Lewis, 6'4", 200 pounds, and he goes right into the passing lane, gets the interception and the dunk on the other end.
And there's, Coach Van Meter is not too happy about that as Sanders get a little handsy again, maybe 80 feet away from the basket. Just stay in front of you, man, and just wear it down, So, but I assure you that he's gonna beat himself up enough, so he'll figure it out and he'll come back out here and make the adjustment as Oxford leads Faith Christian 10-8 here at the 3-minute mark. And there's another long three, big time rebound by TJ Allen as Oxford is off and running. And great spin move there by Brock Reeves, and there's a charge call on the inside. Love to see the kid from Faith Christian who he takes the three-point shot, and he's the first person back to take the charge on defense.
Exactly. I mean, if you can't hit it on one side, come back to the other and still be able to affect the game. in positive ways.
Oxford's going to set their press. And there's the 8th grade point guard as he's moving the ball up the court, and he's going to use his teammates to help him and try not to do it all by himself, which is smart. You know, you don't have to great pressure defense up top by Oxford as quick. The kid that just brought off the bench there, he really quick as there's another great pass by Alexander.
Yeah, excellent feed inside, and Jordan Kelly, the recipient.
Oh my goodness, man, that was a great pass by him as Oxford. Love to see those. Oxford, we have a timeout here, and Oxford's leading Faith Christian boys 12-8 in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. This timeout is brought to you by Bob Eden and Alpha. And you would think that if Oxford continue to do what they do, their defensive pressure and their physicality will wear Faith Christian down, but they're right there. Faith Christian is right there fighting back and showing that, you know, we're here to play with you.
Exactly.
You know, so
yeah. And being able to crash the boards, do the little things, I think is Faith Christian's big thing. And then if they can find some secondary scoring so far. Thomas Curley has all the points right now, 2 3-pointers and a deuce as well, to be able to keep Faith Christian in the game. They'll need to develop a second scorer. Meanwhile, for Oxford, they're doing a little bit, you know, all kinds of ways, but for the most part, you mentioned it, it's their defense really helping out their offense.
You know, it was really hard to get it across to the private school when you start playing against the bigger schools, and there's a no call on that collision as it'll be Faith Christian ball. It was hard to get it across to the private school, the small private school, against the largest public school. That, you know, those guys at that school, they put their pants and uniform on just like you do.
Right,
you know, so there's no reason for you to be rattled. There's none of that, as there's a deflection by Brock as Oxford would get the steal by Alexander would get the steal. Great defense by Brock. Brock Reeves plays solid minutes for Coach Van Meter also. As Oxford going to set their offense, there's a hot ball screen for Alexander. He does a really good job, and there's a foul. He does a really good job of reading ball screens and being patient and strong with the ball. And I know Coach Van Meter, with him being the guards coach at Jacksonville State when I was there, he'll do a really good job of preparing that young man, as he is one of the top point guards in the state of Alabama.
Exactly. You know, he's going to get great coaching throughout the course of his career, and you see he's already got some talent. He's already got some size as well. And if he can continue to grow both vertically and in game, it'll be a fun one to watch.
Yes, he will for a long time. So good to see those young guys on the floor. I remember it was a time, man, if you weren't a junior or senior, you were never touching the Calhoun.
Oh yeah.
Not on the varsity you weren't. And we have some substitutions here, and number 5, I think we have some jerseys mixed up here. Number 5 from Oxford is Jordan Kelly. And it's Wendell Kelly's son.
Gotcha.
JSU Hall of Fame football player, as Jalen Alexander sinks both of those Bolton chiropractic free throws. As Faith Christian's going to work it around the perimeter, as Oxford is running the 2-3 zone. Great ball fake there by the young man. Just misses the mark, and Alexander's going to come across half court and see can he set something up and see can Oxford get another good look as he pull up for 3, just left, and Oxford. Maybe not the shot that Coach Van Meter wanted, but you know when your best player has to get going sometime. And there's Connor Richenhagen from the corner. He misses it as they would get a second chance shot as Bell loads it up also, and he misses it and almost gets his own rebound, offensive rebound, as the ball will go out of bounds, and now it is Faith Christian ball again.
Yeah, great hustle there by Tyler Bell, trying to clean up that miss.
And we have a timeout here, as I don't think the coaches like what they see here.
Yeah.
They're going to try to settle everybody in and get them to see can we get some really good basketball play here, as we saw some wild shots there. And the timeout, as the coach gets to talk to his team, he'll tell them, like, you know what, let's see can we get something inside. If we're going to take a 3, let's see can we get a penetration inside and maybe you kick it to the 3. rather than just coming up chunking away.
Exactly, and you saw a good shot there of the Lions huddle with Coach Corey Hughes, and you mentioned it. He's one of these guys that have brought a lot of the old school concepts into modern basketball, and we're seeing that a lot with this new generation of coaches. And I say new generation, I would put you in that generation as well, as these guys that have watched the game change. Is now more guard oriented, more everybody playing more outside, and this has been it's been a really fun thing to watch, and a great play from Corey Hughes to one of his top shooters here, one of the young guys.
8th grader Connor Richenhagen with the three-point shot coming out of the timeout. Great timeout by the coach. You know, that three-point shot right there was within the offense, and he'll take that every time, as there's a great drive by T.J. Allen, and there's a foul call. Oxford has some really quick guards.
That's right. And so far in this game, Faith Christian's hit 4 shots from the field, and 3 of them are from behind the three-point line. So, and they were 3 points away from tying this basketball game. So, the shot that they've been needing to hit, so far they've been lights out with it.
Yes, as T.J. Allen goes up for the first one, as we get another substitution, as Jaden Lewis will come back in. And these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractor, as he knocks the second one down also. Oxford, 15, Faith Christian, 11. Here coming on the closing seconds of the first quarter, and we have another call on the sideline. It looks like an arm bar call. And that's a big difference. Big adjustment by Oxford. You know, you playing in Class 6A, they're not calling that
exactly
at all. Like,
right.
it's way more physical than it is at the smaller classes, and so they will have to make the adjustment as they continue to play here. As looks like Faith Christian may take the last shot as they swing it around the perimeter. Now we're headed under 10 seconds. Ball goes inside, and there's Curley. I would think that he would take this shot as the time is running out, and see if they get a shot off. And they do just miss it there at the end of the quarter. Great execution by Faith Christian, as Oxford leads Faith Christian Lions 16-11 here at the end of the first quarter in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. We're going to take a break. And we are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as Oxford would take over the first possession here, as they just get a missed layup at the rim by Jalen Alexander.
Yeah, good drive by Alexander. Just couldn't get it to fall. Entertaining first half, as Faith Christian hit 3 3-pointers to keep themselves in it. Meanwhile, scoring really spread out for the Oxford Yellow Jackets, but led by Jaden Lewis.
Oh, yes. There's a drive by Faith Christian, just a missed shot there, you know, with the big guy inside with Jaden Lewis. You know, he contested that shot and made it hard for us. Brock Reeves takes another long three, just missed it. If they can get Brock Reeves going on the perimeter, I think they can create some separation here, as Thomas coming in with the fancy footwork And this time right here, the referee is going to call travel as he picked up this pivot on the inside there.
That was Jaden Lewis going one-on-one defensively with Thomas Curley, the two leading scorers in this basketball game, down there in the post, and Curley made it really difficult, or Lewis made it difficult for Curley to find any daylight.
Long pass, like football-like, as there's a drop-off pass again by Alexander, and they called travel on Lewis as he took one too many steps.
Back-to-back travels by the leading scorers.
Yes. Love the aggression, though. Yeah, I love the aggression. As Connor Richenhagen is going to bring the ball up. And great pass by that young man on the reverse layup by Faith Christian, number 32.
Big Carson Harris there. Nice reverse layup and a good pass to set it up.
Yes. Love to see those guys make those passes, the unselfish play, as there's a foul call. It looked like there'll be an and one. I think the referee counted that shot as Brock Reeves drove it inside for the layup.
Yeah, really nice play there by Reeves. Good body control, being able to sustain through the contact and get it up for his first points of the game.
And Coach Van Meter knows that he needs a big game from Reeves. He knows that this team played really well when Reeves played well also.
Yeah.
So we'll see more from him throughout this game, and hopefully he settles in and he continues to make some of those shots. Hopefully he can make some early, as Oxford get another opportunity on the inside. It's Lewis with the jump hook, and Oxford get 3 or 4 opportunities there on the offensive putback by number 23. Another foul call. You can see Coach Van Meter. It's like, man. Look at those young boys on the bench over there. They're excited to be over there, man.
Oh, yeah. And you mentioned it yesterday that the young guys, when they come to the peak, the experienced players kind of know how to handle it. But the young players, it's all wide-eyed to them because, you know, being able to play a regulation game on a college court it's a different experience.
Oh, yes, as Curley comes up short right there for the mid-range jump shot, and here's Alexander coming with it with the drive in the paint. Another collision, no call. There's another collision. There's a block call right there on Carson Harris, as he wasn't set, as the guard from Oxford got deep in the paint.
Yeah, good job by Oxford there, being able to get in, and it looks like it looks like I guess the referees did confirm and called it the other way.
Yeah, Coach Van Meter is not gonna be too happy about that call right there, as you can see, both coaches are wanting those calls to go in their favor, but the referee, you know, they're gonna call what they're gonna call, and you just got to play through that. You know, the 8th grade point guard is handling the pressure there as Faith Christian moves it past half court. Very deliberate with what they're doing, you know, just trying to methodically figure this zone out, you know, try not to take too many bad shots to get you out of the game, as there's a corner 3-point shot missed badly as Oxford is off and running. Ball advanced to Lewis as athletic jump. I think Lewis is the long jumper.
Yeah.
There's a travel call by Oxford. I think he's either a long jumper or a high jumper on Oxford's track
on the track team. Yeah, you can tell by the athleticism.
Oh yeah, he did. He almost jumped in the stands right there.
Yeah. And still with the body control to be able to get up a shot. It didn't go in, but you know, you saw the athleticism there easily.
Faith Christian is, and there's a break right there as Corey Hughes called full timeout as Oxford leads Faith Christian 20-13 here in the second quarter. Really good game, you know. Faith Christian is staying right in there with them, and as long as they're not taking bad shots and turning the ball over, they'll be right there.
No doubt about it. Yeah, I mean they're shooting the three-point ball really well here today. They can get more guys in the scoring so far. Thomas Curley leads this team, but you also have Connor Richenhagen that has hit a 3-point shot and Harris has also gotten into the scoring column. So we're seeing that as the game goes along, you're seeing a lot more confidence coming through from the Lions. Obviously, a lot of that bleeding over from yesterday and going into today's game.
Oh, yes. Also, looking at the Faith Christian timeout there, you can see Connor, older brother Ethan Richenhagen, who graduated last year, who plays at LaGrange. He's coming back to see brother and to help.
Right.
Help coach out a little bit in the county tournament. That's always good. I bet that makes the coach feel really good to see his players come back, knowing that they're doing well in college and things like that.
Exactly, yeah. It's always good to see, and I know that Connor's really happy to have his brother there and maybe give him some pointers along the way.
Oh, yeah. And they're doing a really good job coaching it there, like you said, handling the pressure of Oxford and just not turning the ball over. A great pass, a great extra pass, and there's a three-point shot. That's great offense right there. Great offense by Faith Christian. Just didn't make the shot after the penetration, and there was a kick, and then there was an extra pass. Every coach is trying to get that action and that concept going as many times as possible.
Yeah, try to set yourself up for a wide-open three, and Connor Richardshagen already hit one earlier, and he had a wide-open opportunity there. I won't be a bit surprised they go back to that set.
Yes.
Because it works so well.
As Tyler Bell goes to the free throw line on a 1-and-1. See, can he make a pair of them, and he misses the first one. As T.J. Allen gets the offensive rebound and brings Oxford, and there's Brock Reeves slithering through Faith defenders for the layup off the glass.
Really nice play there by Brock Reeves. You mentioned it just a moment ago. If they can get him going, and he'll be another complementary piece to what Coach Van Meter and this offense like to do.
There's another foul call out at the half-court mark where the referee called foul for reaching. You know what I mean? I just think Oxford is having a really hard time right now. Just, you know what, if Faith Christian's going to slow us down right there, I don't think they like that. I think they want the big lead, and they want it so quick that they're getting a little handsy, a little too early. Just keep playing solid, and if you win big, you win big, and if you don't, you don't. You know, but you play the same way regardless.
Right, exactly. And teaching that and then executing that, two different things there. So they're working on the ladder, trying to execute.
As Faith Christian is in the 1-and-1 at the 4:30 mark here in the second quarter, so they'll be shooting free throws for the rest of the half as Connor Richenhagen makes both. And Oxford's going to work it up the floor, as Faith Christian is still applying their man-to-man defense, and there's a backdoor cut by Alexander, and they call charge. They're going to wave it off. Another charge taken by Carson Harris.
No doubt. Great hustle there. Sliding over to the spot, saw the cutting Jalen Alexander, and sets it up for his offense to go back to work.
Oh, yes. And I think Oxford will make the adjustment because they've been in tough games. Tough games all year. Long three by Curley. And that's a shot that can really get Oxford to going. Hopefully Faith Christian can get a stop, because if not, Oxford will thrive on those shots right there. And you could tell Coach Hughes probably wasn't as happy with that shot, knowing that they could get a better shot. But that's his best player, and guess what? Sometimes you got to live with that from your best player.
Yeah, exactly so. And they were able to, Oxford was able to collect it and make sure that the Lions only got one shot.
As Oxford's trying to work their offense, pull up jump shot, Allen, and it is good on the baseline.
Yeah, he has a couple of nice perimeter jump shots that I saw when he was warming up, and that's certainly a element of his game that truly works there a little, whether it's the elbow or that time off the baseline. He's also hit a three-pointer in the game earlier. He's got really nice touch for a shooter.
I like what Oxford is doing in their zone against Curley on the base. When he gets it in the middle, instead of everybody collapsing, they're just letting Lewis play him one-on-one. One-on-one, and Lewis is doing a really good job of defending him in there, making them take contested jumpers. And here's a ball screen action. And deflection by Faith Christian as there's a turnover. And they're off and running, and there's a
That's a block. Yeah.
Block shot. They call it goaltending as it hit the glass, hit the backboard first.
Yeah.
And that's the rule. You got to hit it before it hits the backboard. So it hit the backboard first, and he blocked it, and the referee was right there to witness that. And so that basket would count as Oxford is up on Faith Christian 24-17 here, coming up on the 2-minute mark in the second quarter.
Two good plays, athletic plays to set that up.
Great defense by Faith Christian there as there's a travel call on Oxford. And as you can see, Alexander ran a ball screen, and the coach sent the trap to the ball screen this time. And Alexander did what he's supposed to do. He got it out, and they rotated it, and defense rotated over to help cause that travel call. And there's a long three by Curley, and it is good as Faith Christian. Thomas Curley makes the Mountain Motorsport three-point basket to cut the game to 4 as Oxford lead Faith Christian 24-20 at 2 minutes here in the second quarter. Also, this game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office. Faith Christian's hanging in there with them. Get hard. It's
most certainly, and we knew that after yesterday's game against Donahoe, this team would have a lot of confidence coming into this one. And through, the almost first 16 minutes of this game, they're hanging tooth and nail right in there. They're finding some extra scores, huge three-pointers by both Thomas Curley and Connor Richards Hagen. And then Harris has been in there and had a great defensive play earlier and a couple of field goals as well. So, the fact that this is one of, if not the smallest school, taking on the largest school in the county, one of the unique elements of this game, of this tournament overall, certainly has not affected the level of competition here in the first half.
Oh, yes. Coach Hughes has the Faith lines ready to compete. And those, in Faith Christian, they're trying to make a run back to the regionals. Mm-hmm. So they have other fish that they want to fry also, and as they cause a turnover over there, as Caleb Sanders calls a turnover on the sideline. I think the 8th grader Connor, he's a little too close to the sideline there, where he dribbled it on the sideline. There's a turnover, but great job by Caleb Sanders, as first 2 times he got a little handsy on the foul. This time he just stayed in front, and the turnover happened for him.
Yeah, he made the adjustment defensively, not to foul, but to cause a turnover.
Oh, yes, as Oxford's going to try to figure it out as Alexander on the drive. Nice footwork and body control by that young man as he floats it in.
Yeah, the poise and the body control there were key elements. Lots of defenders in green for Faith Christian, but Alexander once again showing that athleticism.
Faith Christian is going to work it around, see can they get a good shot. And if Faith Christian can offset the zone here and put somebody on the baseline, on the baseline short corner, and there's another 3 by Carson Harris, just missed the mark. But if they can put somebody on the short corner in the spots where the zone isn't, it'll work better for them. But they've done a good job of attacking this zone, and so Oxford is up 28-20, and there's
I believe a timeout on the floor here.
I don't know what happened here. No timeout.
Yeah.
I guess it could have been a 3 seconds or a carry. That's all I could think about that could have happened.
Yeah, I didn't see the official make the gesture, and if he did to the score table, it's very quick.
Oh, yes. So Faith Christian will take over the ball as we come under a minute. And Thomas Curley is looking on the inside to see how he's going to attack this defense. And there's a long 3 by Richard Hagen from the corner. Look at the youngster, the middle schooler.
Huge
makes a 3.
Yeah, monster play there by Richard Hagen. He has been really good throughout the course of this tournament. He had a solid game previously, had a 3-pointer in the previous contest against Donahoe. Already has a couple here.
Great drive by Allen. Allen drives the ball with purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And he finishes there at the goal. Drive the ball is strong too, well put together.
Right.
You just tell, like, when he's going in, his strong drives look like he he's running from no contact or anything like that. He
embraces it.
Yeah, he does, and it don't look like it's going to affect him at all if you hit him as he drive it to the hole, as Oxford answers with the score with 22 seconds left here in the second quarter, and Faith Christian has the ball last, and they're going to see can they get a bucket here to end the quarter. Hard position to be in right here if you Oxford, because you can't foul. You know, foul, you automatically go to the free throw line.
Right.
Great move by Curley. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, with the teardrop layup in the paint by Curley.
Is it?
And it is halftime as Oxford leads Faith Christian Lions 30-25 here to end the quarter. We'll be right back with Calhoun County basketball action after these messages.
Here at Skinner Body Shop, we've been a family-owned business for over 55 years. We have a third generation working here at the company now. We welcome all cars and all types of insurance payments. We've concentrated on a 24/7, 365-day-a-year record service that never closes. So if you need a tow, just call us here at Skinner Body Shop. Skinner Body Shop, 409 Williams Street, Oxford, Alabama. The number is 256-831-2860.
Hello everyone, Tony Russell, General Manager of Sonny King Ford. And boy, do we have unbelievable markdown on used cars that you do not want to miss. It's time to make the best deal on a used car. Shop our wide selection of used trucks and premium pre-owned models. Don't wait another day. Come by and see me, Tony Russell, and let's make a custom deal for you. Find great savings on pre-owned used cars at Sonny King Ford on the sunny side of the street, Anniston, Oxford.
Plumbing problems always happen at the worst possible time. And when they do happen, they're typically emergencies. Plumbing inspections identify problems before they become destructive and costly. We provide 3 options for clients to take care of their home. What must be done to restore service, what should be done to protect the system from breakdown, and a worry-free solution for complete peace of mind.
Hello everyone, my name is Josh Keith with Keller Williams Realty Group in Anniston, Alabama, and I'm a 2023 Calhoun County Tournament sponsor. I'm so happy to be a sponsor for this event. I played in it as a student, so I know how important it is to the student and the fans and the community. It's just a special event, so to be a sponsor for this event is really like a dream come true. If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate, give me a call. I'm open 7 days a week, 256-452-5295. Proud to be a sponsor of the Calhoun County Tournament. Thank you, guys.
are back with Calhoun County Tournament 2023 action here as the Oxford Yellow Jackets are leading the Faith Christian Lions 30-25. Faith Christian to have the ball here to start the half as we have a really good game here. 5-point lead between the two teams, and they are fighting back. Faith Christian, Oxford has had a hard time separating the game.
Right.
Where they've got up to 10 maybe once or twice, but Faith Christian is just right there, just a few possessions off.
Yeah, they keep keeping themselves into this basketball game. It was a 5-point deficit at the end of the first quarter. Both teams scored 14 points in the second quarter, so it remains a 5-point lead here for Oxford. It's certainly been entertaining to watch. It's kind of been a game of runs as Faith Christian found some secondary scoring outside of Thomas Curley, as Connor Richards-Hagen and Carson Harris both got in the mix there.
Oh yes, and Oxford has done a really good job also. Just needs some production from other guys, just consistent production. Like they scored in spurts every once in a while where they need some buckets consistently, as there's another great pass by Alexander in the paint, left-handed to Lewis, as Lewis finished strong on the inside.
Yeah, Lewis had a really strong first quarter, quiet in the second quarter, and now he's off to a really good start here in the third. If you're Faith Christian, it's got to feel pretty good that your second leading scorer from the other day, Joshua Aravello, is yet to really make his imprint offensively here in this way. You're only down a handful.
Yes, they really need Aravello to score the basketball also, to give them a chance to compete at this level.
Yeah.
You know, we kind of thought that Thomas Curley was going to do what he's going to do.
Right.
But I would say you need about 3 players to get in that scoring column, as there's Allen again on the strong drive, and we have a collision. Wait for a call for the referee, and is there a charge or a block call? Referee didn't give us the block or the charge call. I just think, well, there's a block call as TJ Allen is at the free throw line to shoot 2.
Yeah, it looks like they'll call that one on Joshua. And you just talked about the fact that they're going to need some scoring from him. Good defensive effort so far from Faith and from him personally. But if he can get inserted offensively, then he'll be in a much better position.
As Allen makes the first free throw, these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. It's going to line up the second one, and Oxford takes a 9-point lead here in the third quarter, as they've went down 2 straight possessions and got some good points here, and they need it, because we're on a drop. Great kick by the young man, 8th grader, and he's at the corner. That kid is playing some really good basketball right now. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Big 3-point shot, Mountain Motorsports. 3-point shot by Connor Richards-Hagen, as that is his 3rd 3 of the night.
Really, really spectacular player, the youngster, Richards-Hagen, and he's at 3 already and an answer right back.
Yes, sir. TJ Allen, another shooter, matches it, and we get a timeout. And I just think for the, sometimes as a coach you have to understand the other team is going to make good plays.
For sure, yeah.
And if you're a basketball person and you understand, you just say, you know what, that's a great play. And what Connor just did, that as an 8th grader, was a really good play, as he drove the ball, he kicked it to Curley, which most of us thought that Curley was gonna shoot it, but what Connor did was Connor didn't stop playing. Connor penetrate, kick, ran, sprint out of the way, and when defense was more focused on Curley just turned around, and there's Richards-Hagen in the corner, ready for the wide open 3, and then TJ Allen doing what he does, come back and match it.
And make that celebration really short-lived.
Yes.
And you talked about how, Oxford hasn't been able to kind of pull away, but what they have been able to do is answer back whenever Faith makes those runs. And so that's the kind of the difference we've seen so far throughout the first 2 quarters and now here in the third.
They call it offensive foul.
Yeah, they'll call a push off there on Carson Harris, trying to create a little bit of separation, and you saw the arm extended. And they'll whistle that one every time.
Just natural. You know what I mean? You don't mean to. He just turned, and his arm created that separation. I don't think it determined anything, but the referee called that one, and that's the call. Oxford is looking to see how they can attack this man-to-man defense, and Faith Christian has done a really good job of just staying in front, just staying in front of their man. And this have to be practiced a lot. Here's another ball screen, Crab dribble by Alexander right in the shot pocket. Just a missed shot there. It's out of bounds.
A good offense created there by Oxford to get that wide open corner three-pointer. He'll make that more times than he won't. Brock Reeves will.
It's just got to make, like you said, good offense. Just got to shoot it a little better, as Oxford leading Faith Christian 37-28. As Connor Richenhagen is over on the sideline, and he's going to bring the ball up the court as Oxford's going to send a running jump trap. And they call it off, and they get a bumping foul, body foul by Caleb Sanders. As that's tough for Oxford because they're looking at like, man, we play like this all the time,
exactly,
and then we come here and it's like ticky-tack. So I can understand the frustration, but just stay poised, keep playing the game the way it's supposed to be played, and it should work out for you in the long run, as Faith Christian is gonna try to figure this zone out as Carson Harris turned around for the mid-range jump shot, and it is good.
Nice play there by Harris. He's, after a really kind of quiet start in the first quarter, he's really turned it on.
Yes, he has a really good game. Understand where he understands where his points are going to come from. He's not out there trying to force anything. There's an out-of-bounds call as Jalen Alexander steps on the sideline as he drove the ball.
It's another turnover here and another chance for Faith to cut right back into this lead. And so this game is kind of teetered on that difference of 4 or 5 to a difference of 8-9. It's kind of hovering right there. Chance there for another basket for Faith Christian. A couple of shots at it with Eli Robinson unable to go in.
Oh yes, really good shot. And Alexander pulled up for 3. Misses it there as Lewis with a big offensive rebound, and he's going to go right back at him with the jump hook over the left shoulder.
You saw that, like just being able to stay poised, that body control. We talked about that a number of times here today. He has been certainly sensational.
And Curley matches that shot with the 3. Curley is putting together a really good tournament, really good senior season. And, it doesn't surprise me. Like I said, we saw this kid in the fall league, and it was my first time seeing him. So, seeing him in the offensive rim where he was actually trying to score the ball, and I'm like, hey, man, this kid pretty tough. And everybody was like, he's okay. And then all of a sudden, great putback by Reeves.
Oh, yeah.
And they were saying that Curley, and he come back the next game, and he hit him with a step back. I said, oh, no, he know what he's doing. So he does a good job, and he's on full display this year as Carson Harris drops his shoulder, fighting for the rebound, and it ends up in Curley's hand with the tip drop and 1 on the putback for Thomas Curley.
As a team, Faith Christian has hit 7 3-pointers. Curley has hit 4 of them, and he can get the old-fashioned 3-pointer right here.
Yes, Curley is in the right spot at the right time. He really solid player for Faith Christian, and love to see those guys do well. And like you said, and Oxford's doing a really good job also of hitting the offensive glass. And I think for the most part, Oxford just mentally don't get down because you believe that you should be up by so many points against Faith Christian.
Right.
They are a good ball club right now. They're playing solid basketball. You're not hitting as many shots as you usually hit, and you turn the ball over a few times there, so they're in the game,
Right.
So just stay poised, and it don't matter what you win the game by. It's just a matter if you win the game.
Exactly.
You can go back and fix. You want to live to see the next game.
Right. Survive and advance is the name of the game of this tournament, and of course every team wants to win by 30+ points, but it's not that way, especially when you get tighter and tighter with these second and third round games, and of course once you get to the semifinals, it's all tight. So I think there are lessons to be learned in tight games, and obviously everybody wants to win big, but it's just not the sport.
Oh yes, Faith Christian is trying to figure it out here as they move the ball, and there's Thomas slashing in the paint with the tilt drop, mid-range jump shot.
What I like about his game is that he's had a response to every way Oxford's try to change up the way they defend him. So whenever they bring two, he goes up and gets the floater. He's been aggressive. He's hit 4 threes. He's just found different ways to be a part of the scoring.
I'm interested to see when Coach Van Meter will make the switch to play man-to-man defense. And how long does he stay in his zone as Faith Christian get another stop? Great offenses. They are very patient as we come up on the 1 minute mark. As there's Curley again on the inside as tough miss. Great defense by Jaden Lewis as they needed that stop. And there's a three-pointer in front of the bench, and T.J. Allen buries the Mountain Motorsports 3 from the corner. Much needed 3 right there by that young man. Timely.
Yeah, most definitely. And anytime that you can get a 3-pointer when you're already having the momentum and closing out a quarter, it's really, really good for the old mojo for that team. We talked about all the 3-point shots that Curley's hit. Well, how about already 3 on the day for T.J. Allen?
Oh, yes. He's a shooter. That's what he does. And Curley's going to drive it on the baseline. All right. Did they call and one, or did they call it on the floor? As he finished through that contact, I think the referee's going to call that one on the floor. As Curley, he's tough with that ball.
Oh, yeah. He's not a fan of that call, but he'll have another chance here on offense.
Yeah, I don't think I would either if I don't think I would either if I worked that hard for a shot.
Right,
you know what I mean? So, but that's part of the game, you know, get it back, do it again. As there's a live ball turnover by Bell, as just a mental mistake right there as Oxford will get the ball here to close the third quarter. As there's a turnover by the Pest, and great defense by Faith Christian as we close the third quarter here at the Peak. And Oxford 44, Faith Christian 38. We'll be right back with Calhoun County basketball action after these messages.
At Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, we know how hard it is to find a dependable company you can trust. The time-consuming effort can be frustrating and overwhelming. We believe what matters is getting back to what's important to you. Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical is built upon honesty, integrity, and also trust. We are your local choice for all your HVAC plumbing and electrical needs, serving Calhoun, Jefferson, Shelby, and surrounding areas. Visit our website at callduns.com to schedule your appointment for dependable service done right.
I'm Bill Newman. I want to welcome you to our store, Oxford Lumber and Ace Hardware, and I want to promise you that when you come in here, you're going to get service. We're going to greet you and take care of you and get you what you need. Today I've got Shaw Williams with me, who runs our steel power department. Shaw, tell us a little bit about our steel department.
We've got a full line of steel power equipment, parts, service. If you need some advice on taking that tree down, we can give you that too. We welcome our customers in to come in anytime and take care of these advantages that we have here at Oxford Lumber.
And we're back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as the Oxford Yellow Jackets are up on the Faith Christian lines 44-38 to enter the fourth quarter. Faith Christian is hanging around. Let's see, whoever have the better fourth quarter here probably is going to win this game here, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. You had the Faith Christian Lions score 13 points in the quarter. Meanwhile, Oxford scored 14 points, including that big 3 towards the end. And we'll see if Oxford can carry this momentum and pick up a win, or if Faith Christian can mount a comeback here. They've been hanging around all game long. You've made mention to it, and we'll see if they can pull up the one of the bigger upsets in this tournament. But that's still hanging around as we speak.
Another big bucket there by Jaden Lewis on the inside as he has 13 points on the night. And there's a long 3 by Connor. When he let it go, I think he realized, man, I wish I could get that one back.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But love the confidence by that young man as they continue to play hard, and Oxford's going to set their offense. Looked like Oxford wanted to go inside there. And there's an offensive foul call off the ball. And guess who took it? The Pest. Tyler Bell, he's that kind of defense guy. Look at him with the little smirk on his face.
Oh, yeah.
He knows it. Very clever with the way that he plays defense. So, love that young man's game. So, here we go. Let's see who can make the least amount of mistakes here down the stretch, and that will determine this game. As Faith Christian, I think they are fine with where they are in this game. And there's a foul call on the inside by Brock Reeves.
And the one stat for a comeback is certainly in the favor of Faith Christian is that three-point shot. They have knocked down several today, and 4 for Thomas Curley, who's the leading scorer.
They get it in that time. The last time on that inbound underneath, it was a turnover by Bell. This time he got it in, and now they can set their offense. Oxford still in their zone right now. They're fine with Faith Christian working the ball around the perimeter as they are up 8 points here in the fourth quarter. You know, just don't get bored just playing the defense. As Faith Christian, like you said, they got to move it around the perimeter until it comes to Curley, and Curley takes the shot, and Oxford is they're running. Ball crosses half court. Another long three by Allen, sets his feet in. Bang, bang. Wow. For the Mount Motorsport three-point shot. That kid can really shoot the rock.
4 3-pointers on the day now, and a quick timeout here as both teams will talk this one over. But for the Oxford Yellow Jackets, they have certainly in the last 2.5 minutes bleeding over from the quarter number 3, the last minute of quarter number 3 and the first 2 here, they have certainly turned it up offensively. And that three-point shot is going down, and I think with every one, you're starting to see the fuel of the spirit of the Oxford Yellow Jackets, the number 2 seed, trying to punch their ticket back into the semifinal.
Always good when you're making shots. It makes for an easier game for you. Game plan as TJ Allen is now has 20 points on the game, and behind his great shooting, you know, and so his team needed that, and he stepped right in there, shot that one deep. I mean, I'm talking about maybe 3 or 4 feet away from the college line.
Right.
With confidence, feet set, just to have the strength to shoot it that deep is really big for that program over there. So big shots like that will keep the separation between the two, as Faith Christian now is looking for some offense. They need some offense here in the fourth quarter from somebody. Somebody has to step up big other than Curley.
Right.
To give them some offensive production.
Yeah, they've only had 3 scorers total here in this basketball game. Connor Richards-Hagen hit 3 3-pointers and a pair of free throws. Meanwhile, Carson Harris has gone kind of quiet as of late, but he had a good run, good stretch in the second and third quarter. So you're right. If they can get another person scoring offensively, then they'll be in really good shape. Or one of the guys I just mentioned, if they can continue to get some buckets there as they went back to Richards-Hagen in that corner 3 where he hit one earlier, they can get one of those guys fired up and really helping out Curley offensively. They'll be in good shape.
If we didn't say that Richards-Hagen was an 8th grader, just by looking at the game, you wouldn't think.
Right.
He's an 8th grader with this poise, and just as well as with Oxford, with Jalen Alexander being a 9th grader. As Oxford looked to feed the ball inside, as Lewis on the jump stop and the jump hook missed with the foul. Great move. Great strategy there by Oxford to go inside to put pressure on Faith Christian, make them defend on the inside. And Jaden Lewis get the foul call as he's back at the free throw line to see can he make a pair of these to extend this lead.
Yeah, not content with just taking the air out of the ball. They're still very, very aggressive offensively.
He misses the first free throw. These free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. And Oxford is trying to extend the lead, trying to advance here in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. He knocks down the second free throw. He's having a solid game tonight as Oxford is still in the zone, applying that pressure. Carson Harris is going to work on the inside with the pivot. And there's a foul call on Brock Reeves on the inside as Harris is fouled and knocked to the floor.
Very physical game, and Harris is you can tell he's a big player, really big, physical, imposing player, 6'1". He's listed, I believe, he's a little bit taller than that, and probably close to 200 pounds. And he's a really big guy. Got up immediately right after the contact.
And if he's not that big, he's playing way bigger than what he is. And that's what you want. You know, if you're 5'8", I need you to play 6'2".
Yeah.
If you're 6'4", I need you 6'8". You know, so you want to play bigger than what you are, and that kid definitely does that. Let's see if he can make a pair of free throws here, as Faith Christian need some scoring here in the fourth quarter, as you see two guys dapping each other up from the opposing team, Oxford and Faith Christian. As you know, those kids are happy to be in this tournament just to play against each other. Totally acceptable, and is what needed amongst the players and the opponents and the teams, you know, just to see that sportsmanship and that appreciation for each other in this game.
Exactly, and this matchup is not guaranteed. I mean, you know you're going to play in a county tournament, but you don't know what the seeding is going to look like, so you don't know. And these two teams aren't natural rivals. They don't necessarily play each other each and every year, so it's unique to get them here, and so I think both teams are really relishing the opportunity.
I don't know if Coach Van Meter liked that shot right there. Long shot by Reeves, you know, no pass shot, just pull up and shoot it. Coach Van Meter is going to keep coaching those guys hard, as Faith Christian is going to try to figure out this Oxford zone defense to see can they get something good here, as Curley moves around in the inside to Harris with the jump hook, which is short. And Oxford is running, and Alexander is looking, and they're going to pull it out. Good job by Caleb Sanders. They're going to make him come out, and they're going to maybe run some time a little bit and see can you shorten the game.
Yeah, just shorten the number of possessions that Faith has here, and good opportunities, especially for a team that has hit as many three-pointers as Faith Christian has hit so far this basketball game. There you see a wide-open three-pointer not taken. That's really wise, and it leads straight to your point, just shortening the game overall, because you have a team in Faith Christian that's hit over 6 threes in this game, 7 threes total, and they don't need that many to get right back in it. So,
gonna have to make them foul. You know, and that's what you want. And the objective of the game is just to win the game. That's not a really good pass there. Really wasn't needed. That pass wasn't needed. They couldn't guard you on the perimeter at all. Like they just, and give Faith Christian another opportunity to score. They're having a hard time trying to figure it out, this Oxford zone. So Coach Corey Hughes is going to call timeout and see can he draw up something to try to get them something really good at the basket.
Yeah, no doubt, and they'll certainly need it. And the fact that Joshua Aravello, who scored 16 points the other day, hasn't scored here today, it is really interesting, and it just shows you that, hey, if they would have got his production, his normal production, they'd be even closer here in this matchup.
I had a conversation with one of the supporters there at Faith Christian before I came in today, and he was asking me about the Faith Christian's game, and I was telling him that Aravello, they need his 15 points every night. Every night. Like he has to show up every night. I think we kind of know we're going to get out of Thomas Curley, but Connor, the 8th grader, he will have games like this. And with him being so young, it may be up and down. But they need a consistent person to show up every night, and Aravello is that guy. To do that, and so, you know, I know he wants to do it, and, you know, just trying to figure out how to do it. It's kind of hard to figure out where you get your points from, and is it okay? It's tough, you know, but I think for the most part, when he gets back down in their classification in Faith Christian, I think he will come up really big for them as they move on for the rest of the season and into the playoffs.
No doubt about it. You obviously, you know, want to construct your team to be able to put the best product on the floor and the best, you know, guys in the best situations. Curley is a guy that can find his spot just about any time, anywhere.
Yeah, he's a man in there. I mean, when he gets that ball, he got really good footwork, you know, and as Oxford's going to take the air out of it here as Faith Christian is trapping, and we get a foul call here at the timeline out of half court. And so 3 minutes left in the game. Oxford 50, Faith Christian 40, and Faith Christian trying to chop into this lead as Oxford Yellow Jackets are trying to hold on. As they're going to move the ball again around the perimeter, and they're going to get another foul. And Faith Christian, looked like we had a foul here, but there's a no call, and the ball is out of bounds. And Faith Christian will take over with 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
And no doubt about it, we'll see another three-point shot here. You just mentioned it. They need his points. It is better late than never as Joshua Aravillo gets in the scoreboard.
Makes for an interesting game if they can. Tough foul away from the basket. You know, Tyler Bell, with his quickness and his speed, I doubt if he takes the ball from Jalen Alexander.
Right.
It's just best to just stay in front and turn them as many times as you can, if you can. You know, because
exactly.
Jalen is one of the top ball handlers in the county, one of them in the state, and so he handles that ball really well as Oxford advanced the ball up the court, and there's a big two-hand dunk unguarded by Jaden Lewis.
And it might have been a situation where Faith was a little deceived because the last two possessions they've been trying to take the air out of the ball.
Yeah.
And
didn't think they were going to score.
Correct.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Big dunk by Jaden Lewis, and like you said, there's no doubt he's a long jumper. He does something, because with that athleticism that he has, it's hard to teach that, where you can't teach that.
Exactly.
That's something you can't teach.
Right.
And it's not quite 1-1 yet for Oxford, as they're going to take it out again. They're leading the Faith Christian Lions up 9. As Faith Christian send the trap, and they're going to send another trap. And there's a travel call by Caleb Sanders. Great defense there by Faith Christian.
No doubt. And they're, once again, keeping themselves in it. You see the team celebrating there as they have a chance now again to cut into this lead. Aravillo has made his presence known already with a three-pointer.
There's a missed three-point shot there by Curley, and Alexander going to come up short as he misses the layup, and Faith Christian is off and running, trying to figure it out. Only down 9. And there's my guy Curley with the footwork, gets back to that left. The ball is tapped out by Faith Christian, and there's another three-point basket, and there's a miss. There's no call. Faith Christian looking for an over-the-back call. Referee let him play there for a little while, so.
Yeah.
I get it. You just got to play through that. You're not going to get every call, and every call's not going to go your way, but you got to keep playing. Keep your poise, keep playing. As Oxford is at the free throw line, still 1:30 to go. You have Jaden Lewis at the free throw line. It's 1-1, so, if he can make 2 here, he can really put this game away.
Right, and if he doesn't, the life returns for Faith Christian.
Yes.
I know they've missed a couple of three-pointers, especially on that last trip, but you gotta like the way they crashed the boards. They gave themselves opportunities at some open three-pointers, so you can either ice it here or give Faith some life.
And he shoots the first one, and he misses it, and out of bounds on Oxford. So Faith Christian will take care of the ball. Well, they're only down 3 possessions here. A quick 3 only puts you down 2 possessions, which makes for a better game. And let's see if they get something good here as he shoots another long one, and he buries it.
Wow,
from
just
deep.
Unbelievable here. Like 0 points coming into the fourth quarter, and already 2 big, huge three-pointers from Aravillo.
Let's see what happens here as there's a turnover, and Faith Christian is off and running and looking to score it again. Is Curley missed shot. We probably wish he could get that one back, and there's a big-time rebound by Jaden Lewis on the inside to secure that ball, and there's another foul as he will go to the free throw line for the 1-1. Oxford leads 52-46 with 1 minute to go in the fourth quarter. And Oxford is just trying to hold on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's been the big key here. You have to applaud the effort from Faith Christian here today. They have not quit by any stretch. And they put themselves in a position where, you know, things need to break the right way, but they still put themselves in a position where they can win this basketball game. And they got a lot of late contributions from Joshua Arabello, who's knocked down 2 huge three-pointers here in the fourth quarter.
They've hit 9 threes this game. 27 points off the three-point shot. And we talked about this yesterday, that the three-point shot always keeps you in the game if you can make it. So let's see if Lewis can make some free throws here. And he made the adjustment, and he's going to make the first one. These are big free throws for this program right now as Oxford leads 53-46. With a minute to go in the fourth quarter. These free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. And the second one is a miss. And
we go back to the hot hand here with Arabello, who's knocked down 2 already.
Yes, he got to find a way to get it open, and I would think that Oxford will stay glued. There's a three-point shot by Richenhagen off the glass. Probably wish they can get that one back. And there's a foul call as Caleb Sanders will go to the free throw line, who's typically, he's a really good free throw shooter.
See if he can put this one on ice here for the Oxford Yellow Jackets. They have certainly had to earn it, every bit of it here today.
They did, and you know, like I said, you leave this game, and if you're Oxford, like you said, just because the game is close, you know, doesn't mean lay the egg. That's not what that means. That means keep playing, make your adjustments on what you need to do. I mean, I'm sure everybody know, you know, we can't keep turning the ball over. We can't keep giving up offensive rebound, fouling too much, missing layups. They know that, you know. So as you can see, Faith Christian losing by 7, but the enthusiasm of the entire bench over there is if they're in the game.
Right.
It's like it's a win for them, and for Oxford, it feels morally like a loss to you, and it's not. You know, at the end of the day, you just want to have more points than the other team.
At least one more, and Faith has put themselves in a position here. They need some things to break, but you could tell that the momentum has swung a little bit to Faith. Now, can they capitalize and make a couple shots? You see Coach talking to Tyler Bell there, giving him some final instructions. Certainly not out of the realm of possibility here for Faith Christian.
Ball goes to Aravello at the top of the key. He's going to pull up 3, and they call foul.
Wow. So he'll get
3 shots.
3 shots coming your way.
Nothing's better than that. You know, if the clock stopped.
Exactly.
3 shots, and wild shot. You know, you just want to contest there. You know, just get your hand up, even if you're not anywhere close, as he misses the first free throw.
One of his only misses of the game. He hasn't shot the ball that many times today. As we mentioned, 2 big three-pointers to help claw back into this one.
As he will have 2 more. And he sinks the second one. To cut in this lead, it was 53-47. Down 2 possessions with 23 seconds to go in the county tournament. And the second one off the glass, and he misses that one also. And there's a foul call as TJ Allen will go to the free throw line.
Yeah, officials are conferring about something right now.
Yes. Yeah, so it should be TJ Allen at the free throw line, shooting a 1-and-1, or I don't know if they're in a double bonus just yet.
Solid look at the coaching staff for the Oxford Yellow Jackets. Coach Joel Van Meter right there in the middle, and a great group of assistant coaches that have had this program as one of the top dogs in the entire county, looking to punch their ticket back into the semifinal round, but Faith Christian has not made it easy.
No, they haven't. And like you said, Coach Van Meter, he knows what's at stake because he knew this team was young all year coming in, so it's been a roller coaster for him. Where tonight they came here and they may not play as well as they usually play, but he knows tomorrow,
right,
or the next game they may play lights out.
Exactly.
And so that comes with that young team and that experience. That's the best teacher for you. So it's Oxford will take over the ball here in the last 10 seconds as we get a foul call as Jalen Alexander will go to the free throw line to try to extend this lead as Oxford is leading Faith Christian right now 54-47. The Calhoun County Tournament 2023.
And if Oxford can hold on to this one, they'll play again on Thursday against the winner of the Piedmont-Anniston game. Piedmont, or the number 5 seed that won last night. Anniston, the number 4 seed. Those two teams will hook up tomorrow night at 7:30.
Oh, yes. Like you said, as the games keep going and we keep winning going on in this tournament, the plot thickens as the teams will get better and better and the margin of error will get smaller and smaller as Curley scores his last bucket there at the end of the quarter. And the Oxford Yellow Jackets will take down the Faith Christian Lions 54-49 in the Calhoun County Tournament, and Oxford will advance. We'll be right back with more Calhoun County basketball action after these messages.
The Civilian Marksmanship Program, also known as CMP, is a national organization dedicated to training and educating U.S. citizens in responsible uses of firearms and air guns through gun safety training, marksmanship training, and competitions. Their vision is to lead the nation in marksmanship excellence, providing safe, high-quality, and innovative programs with a focus on youth. For more information about the CMP and upcoming events, visit thecmp.org. Beginning Monday, January the 16th, join Dee, Wayne, and the entire gang for the all-new Dee Ford Show.
Dee, how did it come to be? It goes back to the days we was riding around down in Panama City Beach.
Yeah.
And I said, we ought to do a TV show.
Like Country Boy Eddie.
But you told me I had a good face for radio.
Right,
so,
you do.
Okay, thank you very much.
The Dee Ford Morning Show, weekday mornings from 5:30 to 7, right here on the Community Television Network.
Come on down to Ollie's Car Wash here in Jacksonville. They have the automatic car wash and the self-serve where you can wash your car with their many different wash modes, which include engine cleaner, bug off, tire scrub, pre-soak, and the foam brush. Ollie's also has the detail section that has vacuums, trash bins, and an area to buy towels, tire shine, Armor All whites, and air fresheners. So come on down to Ollie's Car Wash located at 811 Pelham Road South here in Jacksonville.
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I am flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
Hi, I'm Susan Shipman, Director at Second Chance. Second Chance provides safe shelter and supportive services for victims of domestic and sexual violence and educates residents of the communities served, empowering victims in their recovery and the public towards intervention in these crimes. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men will experience domestic violence in their lifetime. You know someone. Please give us a call, 800-650-6522.
And we are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as we're going to go back to the girls' side of this bracket as the top-seeded Oxford Yellow Jackets will take on the White Plains Wildcats here in the 6 o'clock game tonight. And, you know, I think everybody's been ready to see Oxford girls hit the floor as they won the championship last year. And they have some really good players that they returned, and we expect them to put on an exciting show here tonight versus White Plains.
Yeah, we certainly do. This is a White Plains team that played yesterday, got a nice win. So, you know, they have some experience on the court, some confidence coming in. But one of the big things is that you're now playing against not only the team that won the county championship last year, but you're also playing against the team that made it all the way to the 6A state championship game. So there's a different level of anticipation for this one because you're trying to prove that we're not just one of the best of the best. We're one of the best in the state, not just the best in the county. And so a tall task here for the White Plains girls. I know that they'll be up for it and up for the challenge, but it will be a tall one as Oxford will look to reclaim their crown.
Oh yes, and you know they just need another big game, White Plains, out of some key girls here tonight, and I think they will probably get that game out of them as Whitfield, as you see her running out, as they call her out. She's one of the top players in in the state of Alabama. As you alluded to earlier, she was playing in the flag football championship, and she was one of the best players in the state then also. And so really good athlete there at Oxford, as Oxford has played a really tough schedule, like you said. Them playing the Hazel Greens in the state championship last year, and they also played Hazel Green this year, early in the year. And Hazel Green is one of the top teams in the country.
In America, exactly.
Yeah, in the country. So they've been playing that schedule, and like you said, I think Oxford Coach Bennett knows what's at stake here, because again, if anybody cares about Calhoun County supremacy, that I found out, it was Oxford in the county tournament.
Exactly. And you saw that again last year on display. And these ladies are as of right now, to me, very, very well equipped. Number one, to repeat as the county champions, but also make another deep run in the Class 6A bracket. But in order to do so, you got to win game one if you want to get to that final game. So they have their opportunity here today against a confident White Plains team.
So let's throw it up as the Oxford Yellow Jackets versus the White Plains Wildcats on the girls' side of this bracket in the Calhoun County tournament. And Oxford will take the opening tip, as Oxford will set their half-court offense, and there's Whitfield on the drive and the drop-off. Ball is on the floor. Look like we're going to have a jump ball here, and possession arrow says White Plains.
So it's White Plains basketball here. This is a team that shot the ball really well just yesterday, getting that really, really nice win in the second round of the first round, I should say, on the girls' side. Boys' side essentially has 2 rounds of the playing game, but got a nice win yesterday over JCA.
And Oxford is going to really pressure up on the ball with that athleticism that they have there. There's a putback for Oxford after the steal by Kaylin Kinney, as Oxford is set up in their 1-2, 1-1 3/4 trap press, and there's a deflection up top by Lamaya McGrew. She's one of the top players also for Oxford, as she had a really good season last year for the Lady Yellow Jackets. Ball goes in the backcourt, and there's all kind of pressure up front by number 3, Mickler. And she's all over. And there's a double dribble call. Great defense by that young lady to put that pressure up there without reaching, just with her feet, just moving laterally with their feet. As Oxford will take over the ball, as Oxford lead the White Plains Wildcats 2-0 here in the opening quarter of the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. This game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office, and Oxford is trying to figure their offense out and how they're going to attack the White Plains Wildcats, and they are just working it around the perimeter, not in a rush, just really trying to get what they want. As there's a mid-range jump shot by Whitfield, and the ball is on the floor. Somebody pick it up, and they did, and that's Maya McGrew with the driving kick to Whitfield, and there's another miss, and there's a push. There's a foul call on the baseline. Looked like it would be Oxford ball as they set up for their inbound underneath.
It's a tough position here for the Oxford Yellow Jackets, and a great defense by White Plains, making everything tough so far.
And there's Whitfield with the missed layup, and White Plains come out with it. Give White Plains credit for the defense that they're playing right there on the inside to make it hard to get shots, as they're gonna come down and set their half-court offense and see can they get something going, as Oxford is playing really close, tight man-to-man defense, as they're confident in guarding their yard, as White Plains throw the ball out of bounds. That would Addie Bradley.
It feels like for White Plains, the key right now is just to settle down a little bit offensively. This Oxford defense has been very, very tough in the early stages. Same thing on the other side as well. White Plains is playing really tough defense, and so I would expect to see over the course of the next few minutes that White Plains offense settle down just a bit.
Good drive there by Maya McGrew, as she just misses the layup, and White Plains is going to advance the ball up the court, and there's another turnover. As you said, just slow down a little bit and trust that you don't have to get it all in one.
Exactly.
And just methodically try to figure this thing out. And just be precise and be ball tough. And because one thing about Oxford Yellow Jackets, they're going to speed you up, and they know that there's a three-point shot, and it is made. That three-point shot is brought to you by Mountain Motorsports, and Jamia Gaston, she knocks that shot down as she has a quick 5 points, all the 5 points for Oxford. As there's the rotation on defense for the steal, and it'll be Oxford ball. 5-0 Oxford over White Plains here in the first quarter, coming up on the 5-minute mark. As Oxford Whitfield, one of the better players in the county, she's been around for a little while. She's trying to figure this thing out as Gaston with the mid-range jump shot and just missed it there. Great block out, but another offensive rebound by one of the smaller girls on the floor, Mickler, as she was in the right place at the right time, and she gets fouled on the putback, and she's gonna get 2 shots as these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. Let's see if she can get on the board here early for the Yellow Jackets.
Talked about her height, stands 5'3", according to the program, and she was one able to corral the offensive rebound and help her team out.
And like you said, with her being 5'3", she's quick. I mean, you'll be able to see it defensively here, as she's probably going to pick up the top ball handler. And she moves her feet really well. She calls big-time havoc as Maya McGrew with the steal and the deflection. It looks like they're going to call a foul. And I think we have a timeout. 30 seconds, White Plains. This timeout is brought to you by Bob Eaton and Alpha. As White Plains is having a hard time getting it up the floor, and it's tough to, a lot of times in practice, it's hard to mimic your opponents with that speed. You can't teach that. I never understood that as a coach until I became one, because as a player, I was always on the speed side, so I never understood, never understood it. And so, people will say, you come to practice and you try to imitate what's going on in the game and the speed, but you really can't do it. When you get in the game, and the game is fast for you, and they're everywhere, and so you get rattled a little bit. You know, and so, but as the game go on, if you can just sustain a little bit, it'll slow down for you.
For sure.
Just don't get so far behind in a deficit where you can't come back. As Whitfield is on the drive, strong drive, and she cuffs the ball, gets a second chance shot with the putback. Tough shot by that young lady.
No doubt, and great job not giving up on the play after that first shot. And Whitfield now with her first points of the game.
There's another steal by McGrew, quick hands, and +2 for McGrew. And she steals that ball as this press is really working for Oxford right now. And there's another live ball turnover. And there's Whitfield again on the miss floater, and McGrew gets the second chance shot. Big rebound there by Addie Bradley as she picks a dribble up there in the backcourt, and they get a foul call on Jamia Gaston, 85 feet away from the basket. And I don't think coach would be too happy about that one. And that's just the Oxford girls playing hard,
right?
Trying to get it all, and you want that hunger, but just got to be disciplined with it,
right?
So, and I think they will, and they'll make another run to the regionals and possibly the Final Four again, I would think.
That's certainly their goal, and when you get a taste of it, and you're there, and you're one of the last 2 teams standing, you always want to get back and be able to try to get yourself in a position to get that ring, and yet another turnover here for the White Plains offense. Things just really hard to come by here for White Plains as Oxford's defense is really tightened up.
Great defense there by McGrew. McGrew mom played when I was in high school at Oxford. Great shot right there by 24. Kaylin Kinney as the mid-range jump shot. But McGrew mom played at Oxford when I was in school, and Oxford was really good when I was there. So it's always good to see Oxford in the county tournament as one of the best teams. Because they've had some really good showings in this county tournament. I know when I was in school in the county 2002, 2001 Oxford, oh my goodness, they were something to be reckoned with. They had, I mean, multiple players that were really tough. Sharita Andrews and April, oh my goodness, they had a really good team. And here it is with Oxford, and you see those girls here are their kids in the county tournament.
Right, second generation now, coming back to play in this thing. And the peat looks different, but the games and the uniforms, remains the same.
Oh, yeah.
And the pride as well.
They have a big, like you said, and Oxford has a deep bench. And what I mean by deep bench, as you see, Kenny goes to the bench, and you see Mickler goes to the bench. The girls that they're about to bring in are just as good as the girls that just went out.
Exactly.
The Jaslyn Montgomery, she's standing 6'2", 6'3".
Right.
And she knows how to play. So that's, as you can see, as Oxford, they have a really good team, and the depth, have everything you need to make another run as they penetrate and kick it a few times, and it will get a floater. Another shot right there as 23 with the rebound, another penetrating kick, and there's a drive at the goal. Just misses, and Jazz with the putback. There she is, 6'3", Jazz Montgomery.
I mean, there's not that many people that will be able to have an answer for Jazz Montgomery, just a sophomore, and already making her presence felt.
She come from good in White Plains, get a shot up, and it's out of bounds, called missed three-point basket as Oxford lead the White Plains Wildcats 14-0 here in the first quarter with 2 minutes to go in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. This game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office as the Oxford Yellow Jackets is doing Oxford Yellow Jacket things right now. This is what they do. They've been playing this way all season. Great hustle right there by White Plains. They're diving on the floor, and they're going to do the best they can. It's nothing you really can do. You just got to learn from things like this. You have to play hard, and you just try to probably take some things that they do and you implement it in your program. The truth is nobody invents anything.
Exactly.
It's
all refinement.
The great ones learn from others, and they implement it in their game. So great jump stop by that young lady on the penetrating kick. And there's a big three-point shot. And that three-pointer is brought to you by Mountain Motorsport as Jamia Gaston with another three-point basket but that was a great drive jump stop when you're talking those fundamentals there by those young ladies there at Oxford. And this timeout is brought to you by Bob Eaton at Alpha. And hopefully White Plains can, get something going. They got to get some shot attempts. They haven't had many attempts.
Right, right.
So,
and a lot of that is just due to a really, really tough defense being applied by Oxford. But you're right. If they can find ways to settle into their offense and be able to get themselves some open shots. Cooper Martin was great the other day. We talked earlier also about yesterday with Isabella Higgins, who had a solid game in their previous matchup. Cassidy Arnold in the post was also pretty solid as well. So if they can get somebody just going offensively, just one or two players early on, and stop the bleeding, so to speak, and just watch one. You talk about this a lot. Watch one go in, build some confidence. They'll put themselves in solid situations. Obviously, Oxford is the #1 seed for a reason. When we all knew this team was going to be good. But for White Plains, I think the key thing right now is to settle down within their offense and just give themselves an opportunity at a shot.
And people, I think it's hard for a lot of us to understand Oxford, and what they are right now, because when Oxford is playing Hazel Green, this is what Hazel Green is doing to Oxford.
Yeah.
And so when you get a chance to do it to someone, you're going to do it also. It's not so much it's not personal. I hate to sound like Coach Ware. It's not personal. It's business, baby.
Right.
Like that's how he used to always go about it. And so Oxford have to make sure for the long run that they're playing good basketball as 5 takes another three-point shot, just misses it there, and this would be the best team that White Plains will play all year.
Oh, no doubt about it. There's no team in Class 4A that will compete at the same level where Oxford competes, and so use this as a measuring stick game to get yourself back into it. So we'll see if White Plains can get a score here and close out the quarter with a score.
Great drive, Addy. As there's a block shot, and Oxford leading 17-0 as we have one ahead, and try to advance the ball, and it'll be out of bounds. Oxford ball with 32 seconds left in the first quarter. Oxford lead White Plains Lady Wildcats 17-0. Coach is still up, coaching hard, and that's what you need.
Mm-hmm.
He understands also, and I think for the most part, this conversation is about people on the outside understanding that what you're seeing here, good ball screen, and there's Oxford on the drive, lefty. Pull-up shot just misses it there. Rebound, White Plains. They're going to get a chance to shoot it, to get an attempt here at the end with 12 seconds to go. Coming up on the end of the first quarter as Haley Williams cross half court. 2 seconds, see if they get a shot off. And they don't. Oxford Yellow Jackets over the 17, White Plains Lady Wildcats 0. We'll be right back with more Calhoun County basketball action after these messages.
Miller Funeral Home and Crematory has been helping families since 1970 through a commitment of turning difficult times of losing a loved one into a beautiful occasion of reflection and even celebration by responding to hurting families with kindness and expertise. Miller Funeral Home also offers a flameless cremation process that uses water instead of fire called aquamation. Let Miller Funeral Home and Crematory make hard times a little easier for your family. That's Miller Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 50 Hamrick Drive East in Oxford.
Serving East Alabama for over 20 years, Samco is your local convenient, clean, and friendly gas station. Fill up your tank with gas, diesel, or your favorite snacks and drinks. Samco has 48 locations to serve you in Calhoun, Etowah, Marshall, Talladega, and Cleburne counties. Samco is a proud community leader in giving back to help support local schools in East Alabama. For your convenient, clean, and friendly gas station needs, it's Samco.
Here at Skinner Body Shop, we've been a family-owned business for over 55 years. We have a third generation working here at the company now. We welcome all cars and all types of insurance payments. We concentrate on a 24/7, 365-day-a-year record service that never closes. So if you need a tow, just call us here at Skinner Body Shop. Skinner Body Shop, 409 Williams Street, Oxford, Alabama. The number is 256-831-2860.
Welcome back to the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as Oxford is up on the White Plains Wildcats as White Plains finally gets on the board here as a pass go inside to Isabella Higgins as she's going for the old-fashioned three-point play.
Yeah, good play here right out of the first quarter break, and it's always demoralizing when you don't have any points to show for a quarter of play. But great playing right out of the break here with those guys. Coach Matt Ford doing a good job there, being able to set up that offense.
Oxford plays really fluid as 23 buries a three. That's Shania Calloway, assisted by McGrew, and they answer right back with that as White Plains great attack there, just missed the shot. They get another opportunity here as they take a long three and they miss that one, but I could take the shot attempts.
Oh yeah.
You want shot attempts as there's a foul called for Whitfield as she attacks the basket, just misses the layup right there. She will get 2 free throws as Oxford lead White Plains 20-2. These free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractor. Also, this game is brought to you by the Calhoun County Commission Office. For they are the ones making this possible for people out here to view this game on TV 24 and online.
Exactly. For those that don't know, we'll be streaming the entire contest all the way through to the championship. So be sure to stick around with us here all week long.
As Whitfield has 4 points in Oxford, they're pressed. Their diamond press 3-quarter court fits their personnel.
Yeah.
They're really quick as they get another steal there and they advance the ball. And it'll be out of bounds call on McGrew as they give the ball right back to White Plains. But it's their athleticism, and I like what Coach Bennett has done with them. You know, playing on a longer court, you know, usually you may be picking up a little closer to the inbound, but she's brought her girls back to shorten the court so they can cover more ground.
Right.
You know, and just don't try to cover ground that you don't have to cover. So she pulled them back maybe, and there's another steal. Quick hands there by the Oxford guard, number 2, Justice Woods, as she's gonna pull it out. She's quick. The layup, and they call a foul. There's a blocking call on the baseline.
Yeah, working one-on-one there with Cassidy Arnold, and great job on the steal defensively. And this now will be an inbounds play from your baseline, and they've been really good at this over the course of the last few seasons, really, but definitely over the last few games for the Oxford Yellow Jackets.
I'm interested to see what they'll run here on the inbound underneath, as they are in sort of a diamond-like set. Now, most times you see box sets, line sets, but they're in a diamond set. Right on the inside, back to McGrew on the perimeter. McGrew with the drive. Great steal there by White Plains. Stuttered. Nice rebound on the inside by no other than Isabella Higgins. 5'8", tall girl on the inside.
Absolutely.
Working on the offensive glass.
Absolutely. Coach Melissa Bennett there doing a good job with this basketball team, this basketball program. Wasn't that long ago they weren't anywhere close to the number 1 seed in the Calhoun County tournament, but now they're here, the 1 seed, defending champion, and she certainly helped turn this thing around.
She has, and as you can see, I saw Coach Bennett last year at the junior high county tournament at Alexandria. I want to say that's where it was held, and she was the bus driver.
Right.
So,
right.
That tells you a lot about the head varsity coach driving the bus for her junior high program at the bottom. And you know, and those young girls will always remember that, man, Coach drove the bus for us when we were in junior high. So
right.
you know, that tells you what kind of program she's trying to build there. She has her hands on all levels there as Whitfield lines up the 3 and just misses it there. So that's really good for Bennett. And I told you, when I was in high school, the McGrew, Siobhan McGrew, she was there, and that's her daughter,
right.
Maya McGrew. She's one of her assistant coaches over there.
Wow.
So she understands. She's put the pieces together in the community in Oxford and the program in Oxford to get these girls to be the best that they can be. So she's put people in place to do that.
Yeah, definitely need a lot of like-minded, high basketball IQ brains and a nice little brain trust to get the best out of every player, and that's what she's done such a good job of here lately, and getting your players to give full effort.
Oh yes,
100% of the time, and they've certainly done that.
They do that for her. Yeah, I agree with you there. Game going here, Oxford, White Plains. 5 minutes ago in the first quarter, Oxford leading 22-3 as there's a handoff and there's a layup. And there's a missed layup and the ball is out of bounds on Oxford as White Plains will take over the possession. Here in the second quarter, I mean. They're still in their diamond press as it's been working really well for them as White Plains will cross half court. A great drive, quick hands here by Whitfield, and Oxford is off and running, and pull-up jump shot by Whitfield is good.
She's been sensational over the course of the season, and here today She hasn't had to score really in volume, but once again, the leading scorer for this basketball team continues to lead the charge here for the Jackets, and once again with another steal.
It is, and there she is on the finish. She's such a talent. Good kid also, as she will play at the next level for sure.
No doubt.
With basketball, and if they had flag football, she would do that also.
No doubt, for sure.
She's the female version of Randy Moss, and there's a made field goal there by Addie Bradley. She is on the board here in the second quarter as we come up on a 4-minute mark. As Oxford leads White Plains 26-5. And that's your Sunny King Ford score. And Oxford just trying to find their way as Kenny on the drive on the inside just misses it there. And White Plains is off and running. And there's a layup and there's a miss as Kenny pulls down the rebound. I love it. I like Kenny game. She's tough in there. There's a pull-up three-point shot by Gaston, just missed short.
Can they stay poised here? That's the big thing for White Plains. Oxford's defense has been really suffocating, especially on the ball.
Yes, they are.
Can they settle into their offense and get a nice clean shot off? That's the key right now for White Plains.
And there it is right there. You get a chance and a kick out for three. No good. And Whitfield with the rebound. And she's going to push the issue behind the back. Stop and go on the scoop layup, and she finished. That's a tough move right there, man.
It certainly is. It certainly is. And when she released the ball, she was still really far away from the basket, so she has to put a nice little English on it to be able to get that thing to spin just the right way, touch off the glass, and her big night continues.
She has 10 on the game right now as Oxford trap. Great timeout by the coach right there as he's seen that one of his girls was trapped over in the corner over by half court, picked the dribble up over there, and he'll talk it over in this timeout. This timeout is brought to you by Bob Eden and Alpha as Oxford leads the White Plains Wildcats 28-5 on the girls' side of the bracket in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023.
We have certainly seen the dominance here by the number 1 seed. The number 1 seed on the boys' side will hit the court next is the Jacksonville Golden Eagles. And another team that made it all the way to Birmingham last year and brought back the blue map will take on the Sacs boys. So today is the first day. We start punching tickets into the semifinal round. In case you weren't with us earlier, the Anniston Bulldogs knocked off Pleasant Valley, and the Oxford Yellow Jackets held on to beat a really strong faith team, a team that played really well to the end of the game. But the Anniston girls, the Oxford boys, on their way to the semifinals, and the Oxford girls looking to do the same.
Oh yes, and like you said, as these games continue, these teams continue to win, and you start getting to the semifinal round, it's going to be some really good games, tight games, where these teams will be more evenly matched, and the margin of error will get small.
Right.
And you'll be happy to see these teams compete at that level of focus and concentration and togetherness, and so you'll see those things as we continue on throughout the week, as Oxford is applying all kinds of pressure here. Do a really good job, just playing with their feet and
defending without fouling.
Yes, they do, and you can tell them they swipe at the ball sometimes, but not fouling.
Right.
So they. Shout out to Coach Bennett there for that. There's an and one shot by Whitfield, because that has to be taught, that defense.
Right.
Is because it's really tough not to touch. It's really tough.
Just stay in front of the person that you're guarding. Try to defend the space as well. Stay disciplined. And then on the offensive end, what kind of night has this one had right here? Whitfield once again adding to her already insanely good first half.
Yeah, she has 12 points on the night already here in the first half, and it's hard to stop her because she can get her own, she can create her own shot. She rebounds, she creates shots off her defense. So she's one of those girls that you know, that just does it all for our program. That versatility that she had, there she is again. She wanted that one real bad.
Yeah, she did.
You know,
She was going in for the steal, trying to play great defense. And once again, we thought, as we just talked about, great defense without fouling, staying aggressive without, you know, committing any violations and staying in the game.
As White Plains is going to get the ball in, as Addie Bradley's going to cross half court. She's going to try to set it up for the Lady Wildcats, and she's just going to put her head down and go. Great kick to the corner. Missed shot there by number 3. And they get another opportunity. Great pass on the inside. Another missed shot, offensive rebound.
Nice block there as well.
And here's Whitfield again as she comes across. She's gonna pull it out and see can they get something good. Ball's gonna go back to her. She's gonna rip baseline. There she is on the miss, and there's Jazz again. And we get an over the back call on Whitfield.
Yeah, a little too aggressive there, trying to go over the top of number 5 is Isabella Higgins. And
2 quick fouls there. I think coach is probably gonna get her out right here to end the second quarter as we come up on a minute before halftime. 30-5, White Plains Lady Yellow Jackets over to Oxford over White Plains right now, 30-5 in the Calhoun County tournament on the ladies' side of the bracket. There's an open 3, one of the first open shots we've seen. White Plains all day, and
big collision there.
Big collision in front of the bench.
Looks like everybody is okay.
Yeah, these girls are tough, man. So it's nothing new to them. They do this, you know.
No doubt about it. You saw the instructions given there from Coach Bennett, trying to, obviously, with the big lead, trying to make sure the team stays focused and not do things like that, you know, create turnovers like that, but they get it right back. Great defense in transition.
Yes, and they get the ball right back. That's the speed by Oxford. So quick. There, and look, and White Plains said, look at our speed. And there it is, a great pass. And great hustle back by Jazz Jazz Montgomery, as she's smiling. It's like, Coach, look at me, I hustle back. She's such a gentle giant. If you ever been around her and see her personality, like she's so sweet. You know what I mean? You think like, and she's that tall, 3-point shot, no good. As the good block out there by Mickler. She's gonna push the issue, and she's gonna give the ball right back to White Plains as 12 seconds remain here in the second quarter.
Let's see for White Plains if they can, once again, just try to find something here within their offense. The last 2 possessions, they've had a couple of wide open 3-pointers, so the opportunities have been there, and see if they can knock one down.
3 seconds. See if can they get a shot off this time, and referee called it off as the Oxford Yellow Jackets are leading the White Plains Lady Wildcats 30-5. We'll be right back with Calhoun County basketball action after these messages.
Hello everyone, Tony Russell, General Manager of Sunny King Ford. And boy, do we have unbelievable markdown on used cars that you do not want to miss. It's time to make the best deal on a used car. Shop our wide selection of used trucks and premium pre-owned models. Don't wait another day. Come by and see me, Tony Russell, and let's make a custom deal for you. Find great savings on pre-owned used cars at Sunny King Ford on the sunny side of the street, Anniston, Oxford.
Plumbing problems always happen at the worst possible time. And when they do happen, they're typically emergencies. Plumbing inspections identify problems before they become destructive and costly. We provide 3 options for clients to take care of their home. What must be done to restore service, what should be done to protect the system from breakdown, and a worry-free solution for complete peace of mind.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Keith with Keller Williams Realty Group in Anniston, Alabama, and I'm a 2023 Calhoun County Tournament sponsor. I'm so happy to be a sponsor for this event. I played in it as a student, so I know how important it is to the student and the fans and the community. It's just a special event, so to be a sponsor for this event is really like a dream come true. If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate, give me a call. I'm open 7 days a week, 256-452-5295. Proud to be a sponsor of the Calhoun County Tournament. Thank you, guys.
At Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, we know how hard it is to find a dependable company you can trust. The time-consuming effort can be frustrating and overwhelming. We believe what matters is getting back to what's important to you. Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical is built upon honesty, integrity, and also trust. We are your local choice for all your HVAC plumbing and electrical needs, serving Calhoun, Jefferson, Shelby, and surrounding areas. Visit our website at callduns.com to schedule your appointment for dependable service done right.
Come on down to Ollie's Car Wash here in Jacksonville. They have the automatic car wash and the self-serve where you can wash your car with their many different wash modes, which include engine cleaner, bug off, tire scrub, pre-soak, and the foam brush. Ollie's also has the detail section that has vacuums, trash bins, and an area to buy towels, tire shine, Armor All wipes, and air fresheners. So come on down to Ollie's Car Wash located at 811 Pelham Road South here in Jacksonville.
We are back at the Calhoun County Basketball Tournament 2023 here on the beautiful campus of Jacksonville State University at the Pete Matthews Coliseum as the Oxford Yellow Jacket Lady Jackets are leading the White Plain Wildcats 30-5 here at halftime as we're about to go into the third quarter. White Plains will have to make some adjustments here, and hopefully they did at halftime to try to cut into this lead.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Coach Ford understands that, you know, this is the best team likely playing right now. They easily got the #1 seed for a reason. And for White Plains, continue to play good defense, play spirited basketball, and I expect those two things to happen. But then offensively, try to get themselves into a flow. Meanwhile, for Oxford, can they get to that mark where there's running clock and conserve some energy? They got a couple more games they want to play if they want to hoist that championship trophy once again for a second straight year. So different game plans for both. I think both teams just ignore the scoreboard and just try to play your brand of basketball. And White Plains off to a really nice start.
That was a great pass right there to number 5, Isabella Higgins, as she has her 5th point of the night. That was a really great pocket pass right there to McGrew. Good defense possession by White Plains earlier, which led to the point, and then Oxford comes back and respond as they set their three-quarter diamond press. As those girls are flying all over the place where they need to be, and you can see that speed. They're flying around, but White Plains handle that pressure and kicks it out to Addie Bradley, and bang! That's 3-point shot brought to you by Mountain Motorsports. Love to see them score some points here,
yeah.
You know.
No doubt. I mean, they've already matched their entire first half production in the first minute and a half of this game, first 90 seconds. It lets you know that when they were at halftime, Coach Ford instilled some confidence in his ladies, and they're coming out and playing well. But, you know, in response, the leading scorer of the whole game comes right back.
Yeah, that was a nice shot right there. She's a mid-range killer. That's what we call them. She gets to her spots. Sort of like how Alex Odom did last night.
Right.
And that time right there, she dribbled inside, stepped back to create separation, and nothing but net, you know. And so kudos to that girl, because she's been in. You could tell she has some talent there. We can see that versatility, as she's one of the taller ones on the court, and as you can see, she's out there guarding the point guard.
Right.
You know, so she can guard every position on the floor. And that's a luxury to have if you're Coach Bennett.
Oh, no doubt. Because you can put together any defensive set that you want to and understand that you could have everything filled.
Yes.
Now, whether she's on somebody that's in the post that's 6 foot plus, or she's on a quicker player that's south of 5'5", she's in a really good position right there, right on cue, makes another great defensive play.
And like you said, you never know if she's making a good play or a bad play because her demeanor.
Very stoic.
Yes, it doesn't change. And there's a steal by Kenny as Oxford is off and running, and McGrew is going to take it to the paint with the turnaround on the pivot. Just misses the layup there. McGrew gets her hands on a lot of balls. She is again on the turnaround, just comes up short. Great defense by White Plains as we have one ahead, and there it is again, and there's another layup by Isabella Higgins.
Higgins has had a really solid game here for White Plains, and you could tell this entire energy has shifted for the White Plains Wildcats, and they're going to talk it over here as we have a timeout on the floor. A lot of this is just due in large part. Coach Bennett called this one for Oxford. This is due in large part to White Plains just understanding, hey, we're not out of this, and they're playing with a sense of urgency and confidence, and I think that Coach Bennett wants to remind her club of that, just to make sure that they can't let their foot off the gas pedal.
Oh no, key words there, sense of urgency. And White Plains has definitely came out with that here in the third quarter as they've cut into this lead where Oxford is leading 34-12. And Coach Bennett, like you said, she's going to talk it over to let the girls know, like, look, that's twice that she beat us back on defense.
Right.
And that's unacceptable. And she knows that as they continue on and the season goes on and you start playing against better opponents, that can never happen.
Exactly, yeah.
So she's going to fix that, and I assure you that her girls, with the experience that they have, they're going to answer the call, you know. And they have a really, like you said, they just have a really good understanding of who they are and what they are. As here's Whitfield again. He's going to pull it out, long three-point basket made by Maya McGrew. That three-point shot is brought to you by Mountain Motorsports. Great way to come out the timeout.
Oh, yeah. That timeout felt two-part. It felt one part, you know, get on your team about what White Plains is able to do, and the second part, inspire what you're seeing right now, both offensively with the three-point shot and then defensively right there.
So there's a timeout, and guess what? There's 2 steals, and there's another bucket. So after that timeout they're on a quick 7-0 run with 2 steals, a three-point basket, 2 layups, and there's another steal and missed layup, and there's Whitfield. There's a 9-0 run after the timeout in less than 45 seconds.
We're seeing what happens after breaks. After the halftime break, White Plains really found some momentum. After that timeout, because White Plains had the momentum, it's been all Oxford ever since then. And this has been a one insane run here for the Yellow Jackets, just playing relentless defense for the first time in about 5 possessions.
They are
White
great
Plains,
pass.
yeah, able to go up the floor.
Less than 1 minute, and you're talking they went on like a 9-0, 11-0 run after that timeout.
Right.
And after timeouts as a coach, no, that makes you happy on the inside. She's not going to tell her girls that,
right,
but she's going to know, like, hey, listen, that's how we supposed to play. And we got to play like that. You go on runs, and it is a game of runs. It's how many runs can we go on and how many runs can we stop of our opponents. And they did it that time right there. As that was huge for Oxford right there as they separated the game, as Oxford is leading White Plains Lady Wildcats right now 45-12. And this timeout is brought to you by Bob Eden at Alpha, and also this game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office. And this is, man, that was impressive.
Very impressive. And I think one of the biggest things for Oxford is when you hold a team to just 5 points in the first 2 quarters, you naturally have maybe a sense to relax a little bit mentally. And then White Plains not only, they answered the bell because when you only score 5 points, there's a part of you that thinks we're better than this, and they play a little bit above their heads. And so I think both things kind of happened at the same time, and it took a quick recorrection for Oxford, led by Coach Bennett, and that timeout to get themselves refocused. And then you saw what Oxford was able to do from a lethal perspective, you know, defensively to help create the offense. Then they swell this lead to more than 30 points. Now we'll see if, speaking of haymakers and punches, we'll see if White Plains has another punch after they got out to a great start to begin the quarter.
Oh, yes. And knowing White Plains will continue to fight and continue to do it. A great timeout by the coach, and let's see if they can respond outside of the timeout. Just that foot speed for Oxford is unmatched. And, you know, speed to me is equivalent to height.
Yeah.
Is that when you don't have the height, you know, everybody feels good about themselves when they got tall people.
Right.
But, you know, I've always felt good when I had quick speed and toughness, you know what I mean? That's what Oxford, they have a little bit of both.
Right.
No doubt. If you got both, you really have something. And like you said, I would think that Oxford will make another run to the Final Four if the championship game again, just looking at what I see right now.
Yeah, they have all the tools. As you mentioned, they have the height, but they also have that defensive tenacity. And we've seen that throughout the course of this game, and we've seen it throughout the course of the season for this Oxford Yellow Jacket basketball team. They have the hunger, obviously. Anytime you make it to the state championship game and you lose, the hunger is a given. It's there. And And you compile all those things with talent and with speed, and you really got a nice combination to help you be a contender for a state championship.
It is, man. And, you know, I remember having that conversation, Coach Ware having that conversation with us when I told you in 1998 they made it to the Final Four, and they lost to BC Rain and Coach Petrie, the girl coach at Jack State. And Coach Ware came to us, and here we are in 2001.
Right.
And he's like, y'all want to go to Birmingham. I'm telling you, you want to go. There's a swimming pool on the 3rd floor. You get out of school for 4 or 5 days. And with us, we're mesmerized listening to him and just imagining ourselves there. And like you said, you are hungry to get there to see what they're like. And everything you told us was actually, it was true. Yeah. And when we get there, you look, you like, man, you want that feeling all the time. You want to be there all the time, that nice arena. You think Pete Matthews is nice. The Legacy Arena is really nice.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I know Oxford girls I know they want to get back there, and they're going to be hungry to get back there. And it'll be nice to see. It's always nice to see Calhoun County teams represented at the state, you know, and secretly we all should be rooting for them.
Yeah, for one another. I think there is a lot of that, especially because of things like this tournament, the baseball tournament, the volleyball tournament, the basketball tournament, because they all follow the same protocol. I do think there is inherent rooting for one another, especially if you're not in the same classification. It's it might be a little harder if it's one of your rivals in the same class, but outside of that, it reminds me a lot of like the SEC mentality. Whenever SEC teams get somewhere, largely the
unless
inclination. Right, exactly.
I'm like one of the only people I've met in the state that if Alabama has a chance to play for the national championship, and I'm an Auburn fan, and Auburn doesn't, I don't want Auburn to knock them out the hunt. Because I am the state of Alabama biased also. So I want to see those teams win.
So you got that kind of community feel, I believe, that you get that here on this level as well. Missed three-pointer there by Oxford. But you're seeing the continued fight here for White Plains. And great defense. She tried to toe the line there, get points on the other end. There you see the
enthusiasm by the coach. You saw the coach was like, oh, we needed that one. Good to see that by the coaching staff. As you can see, look at that foot speed, man. Oh, my goodness. Girls are quick. And White Plains is, you know, they are doing the best that they can to try to stop another great pass. Another great pass, and there's another bucket by Isabella. And I want to say just about all of Isabella Higgins' shots has come off Haley Williams' passes. So she's doing a great job of dishing that rock out to her teammates.
And Higgins has easily been the leading contributor offensively for this White Plains basketball team.
Here we are, crossover dribble. As the ball is gonna get stolen here by White Plains.
Great interception there, denying the low post feed.
Yes. There's another pass to Isabella. Isabella out on the perimeter. Missed three-point shot. Ball is all over the place. Everybody trying to figure it out. And there's Isabella Higgins again on the offensive rebound. Just missed the layup as Oxford is running. And
back the other way, it's Justice Woods, I believe.
Yes,
got
it
the
is
score
Justice.
There.
And Oxford continue to play smothering defense here. As you can see that Coach Bennett is going to put some other younger girls in to try to get that experience on this floor, which help build that culture and keep that culture in your program. It's always good to see that. And most of the girls that's out there now, they're younger. Also, you can see she keeping a few starters out there with them to keep the chemistry and the flowing going here as they lead. Oxford leads White Plains Lady Wildcats 48-15 as we coming up on 30 seconds here in the third quarter of the Calhoun County Tournament 2023, as Oxford is trying to run their offense and get the best shot available. Very patient with what they do. And there's 5 on the layup, and there's a miss, and White Plains with the rebound as they're going to push it up the floor. And 23 closed in so fast on that transition. Shania Calloway.
Very, very quick. Good shot of her right there on the inbounds, and very quick defensively. You see a lot of team speed here for Oxford, in addition to their size. You know, in addition to the height that Whitfield brings, as well as Montgomery, they got a lot of team speed as well.
Ball screen action. Try to make a pocket pass, which is picked off. Oxford with another steal, and there's a three-point shot by Calloway, and it is good at the buzzer. That three-point shot is brought to you by Mountain Motorsports. And we're going to step aside as Oxford Yellow Jacket leads White Plains Lady Wildcats 51-15 here at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023.
At Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical, we know how hard it is to find a dependable company you can trust. The time-consuming effort can be frustrating and overwhelming. We believe what matters is getting back to what's important to you. Dunn's HVAC Plumbing and Electrical is built upon honesty, integrity, and also trust. We are your local choice for all your HVAC plumbing and electrical needs, serving Calhoun, Jefferson, Shelby, and surrounding areas. Visit our website at callduns.com to schedule your appointment for dependable service done right.
We are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as we just ended the third quarter as Oxford Lady Jackets are leading the White Plains Wildcats 51-15 to start the fourth quarter, and from here on out we will have a running clock due to the new HSA rules. About being up 30 points here, and Oxford is going to get some young girls in to try to get them some experience here in the fourth quarter in this county tournament.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And honestly, I think it really helps out both squads here. Obviously, White Plains not expected to win this game, but still playing hard. So you'll have a chance here to get some young players some experience. I think on both sides as well. White Plains had a good showing in the third quarter. Isabella Higgins had a really nice day. We'll see if her night continues. But for Coach Bennett and company, great game one to start off the Calhoun County basketball tournament in defense of their championship.
And White Plains, you know, they in this tournament and they go 1-1.
Right.
I'll take that. You know, so as there's another steal by Oxford. As the ball is on the floor, everybody's trying to figure it out a little bit. Slow down, look a little. You can see Coach Bennett is trying to tell her girls to get back, but you know, those young girls, they don't understand that. You know, it's like, no, coach, we're running. We're trying to create some opportunities here. So
exactly, there she is, and yelling out the commands for her squad. Obviously, she still wants them to play, you know, their brand of basketball, run their offense. They do it every day in practice, and now that you're in a game situation, you get a chance to do it again. Great defense there, and that's exactly what led to the onslaught for Oxford was great defense, and they had about a 2-minute swing of time where that defense really suffocated what White Plains tried to do offensively, and built up a lead that White Plains could never recover from. But
great offense right there by White Plains. Just block call, one of the first offensive sets that I've seen out of that 1-4 high set, especially to kill some of that aggression. Backdoor cutting and getting the balls at the elbow and making those passes rather than trying to beat Oxford off the bounces. There's a really good inbound underneath passes. Haley Williams put it in for 2.
Nice job there on the inbounds play, and you're seeing the execution still be there on set plays like that. Half-court offense there for the Wildcats.
Mid-range shot by Mickler just missing. McGrew gets a lot of rebounds and a lot of steals. It's going to load it up, and it is good. That's a long 2-point shot there by the Oxford Yellow Jackets as they extend their lead to 53-17 here in the fourth quarter. As White Plains is still working the ball around, trying to get something good.
Aaliyah Prince was the shot taker and maker for the Oxford Yellow Jackets on the previous play. And there you see the running clock continuing to go. If you're just tuning in, you're a little bit confused. Once the lead is a 30 going into the fourth quarter, there's a running clock, so everything but timeouts.
There it is again, a backdoor cutoff, the 1-4 high set, and they're right at the goal. Getting the ball right there at the elbow with the 1-4 high, pulling everybody from the basket. There are some cutting lanes there for you to get, and they've had a lot of trouble all night just trying to get to the basket as she missed her first, Haley Williams missed her first free throw. These free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. But three good possessions for White Plains back to back to back. So these girls can get some confidence here as they're trying to close the fourth quarter of their Calhoun County tournament appearance. And the young girls from Oxford, they are trying to execute, see can they get some offense going here for them. Not in a rush. Coach Bennett, she sat down over there now and she's watching. And there's a drive by Mickler, and there's McGrew again on another offensive rebound.
Really nice play there by McGrew. And the Oxford Yellow Jackets are back. We'll be going back into the semifinals. They'll take on the winner of the Piedmont-Alexandria game. The Anniston Bulldogs are already in as well. They'll take the winner of the Ohatchee-Jacksonville game. Both of those games are tomorrow at 6 o'clock and 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock will be Ohatchee-Jacksonville, 6 o'clock Piedmont-Alexandria.
You can see a few fans there at the county tournament as most of the teams playing in the county tournament. You are at practice at first, and then you come to the county tournament. But you gotta handle your business first, and then you can come and catch everybody else at the county tournament. You know, so there's a turnover as White Plains throw it away as we coming up on the 4-minute mark in the fourth quarter, and the ball is getting reversed. Nice penetrating kick to Mickler on the wing, missed shot, rebound, another rebound, and there's a putback by Jazz Montgomery.
Montgomery doing a really good job of just staying with it. After the first made three-pointer, or first missed three-pointer, and then the miss on the second chance opportunity, she's there for the third chance.
They're doing a really good job. Like you said, she got a young girls in right now to get them some experience. Still got one starter in with them to try to keep everything intact. And you just tell that one starter, see, can you get everybody else some shots? You know what I mean? And knowing Mickler, her being who she is, she will. And as there she is right now, she's quick. And her brother is also.
No doubt, great defense getting back there for White Plains and getting the block shot.
There's Jazz on the inside. Look at her, put those hands up. Great drop-off pass there in the paint as Isabella scores again.
Yeah, Isabella Higgins had a great sequence there. Got the block in transition and denied the layup for Oxford, and then comes right back and scores on the other end.
Oxford is gonna go around the perimeter, and there's Mickler again on a missed three. Great block out by Isabella Higgins. As we're up on the 3-minute mark, as there's a three-point shot by White Plains. Offensive rebound and a floater. Big rebound by Jazz Montgomery as Oxford lead White Plains 57-20 here in the fourth quarter of the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. And you see it's a nice look of the coach and the bench of White Plains.
Despite the score here, nothing to hang their head about. They played really well in spurts in this game. I know it's very tough not scoring a point in that first quarter, but I mean, they really represented themselves well, especially in the second half. Never quit, never gave up, and once, like we said earlier, this will be the toughest team on White Plains' schedule all season long.
And at some point, every coach goes through this. Both sides. Sometimes you're going to be the 57, and sometimes you're going to be the 20.
Right.
And that's just how it is. But you learn from it, and you continue to grow. And your players, they just continue to stay hungry and eager to learn on how to fix their mistakes or how to become the best that they can be. And I think White Plains will do that. And there's a steal and a nice pass. And there's a travel call there on Oxford, where there was a really good steal by Malia Prince.
Yeah, Prince had a nice basket early, so even though the players that are playing in the late stages of this one, helping to contribute for the Jackets. And as we talked about earlier with White Plains, I mean, there's not a single game that defines you or your season or your team. And so, as you said, just take the lessons learned from this one, whether it's turnovers, execution, holding on to the basketball, set shots, offense. Lots of things to be taken away from here.
Coach Bennett changed their defense. He changed it to a zone, 2-3 zone, to take the pressure off a little bit for White Plains. Classy look there by Coach Bennett as we get a 30-second timeout, or like a substitution timeout to try to make a few adjustments here at the end of the game. This timeout is brought to you by Bob Eaton and Alpha. And Oxford versus White Plains. Have they played? They played previously this year.
I know the boys played previously. I'll pull up and see if the girls did as well. But this is two schools that know each other really well. Obviously, play in a bunch of different sports. I know play each other in baseball and a few others. So very familiar with one another. Yeah, they play at the very beginning of the season. Oxford won that game 60-10 in game 1 back on November the 15th.
So we have some improvement.
Yeah, most definitely.
Yep.
And shout out to Coach Ford for even scheduling the team that just went to the 6A state championship game.
Yes. Oh, yes. And that's what you want. You want to. It's hard to gauge who you are and what you are if you're only playing people that you can beat up on.
Right.
And you find out about the true characters. You see Isabella Higgins and Malia Prince, talking to each other, having a conversation out there with each other during the game as we come up on the last 30 seconds. And there's Isabella, she's put together a really good game. Hayla Williams on the drive, and the teardrop just misses it there as Oxford comes out with it. And the young girls they're running. And she finally gets her a bucket there, and that will be Brianna Wilson off the glass as Oxford extends their lead. And here we are in the last 3 seconds, and we have Oxford, Lady Yellow Jackets, 59, and White Plains Wildcats, 20. In the Calhoun County Tournament 2023, as these young ladies shake hands here for sportsmanship, Oxford will advance to the next round. And we'll be right back with more Calhoun County Tournament action after these messages.
The Civilian Marksmanship Program, also known as CMP, is a national organization dedicated to training and educating U.S. citizens in responsible uses of firearms and air guns through gun safety training, marksmanship training, and competitions. Their vision is to lead the nation in marksmanship excellence, providing safe, high-quality, and innovative programs with a focus on youth. For more information about the CMP and upcoming events, visit thecmp.org.
we are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as we have the last game of the night where we have the Jacksonville Golden Eagles, the top seed on the boys' side versus the Sachs Wildcats. We had a big win yesterday, and they're going to come in tonight looking to do the same thing against the top seed, Jacksonville. And Jacksonville was picked the favorite for this tournament, and we get to see them for the first time this week at the county tournament. So I think they would do well, and Sachs is very familiar with Jacksonville, and the coaches are very familiar with each other. And let's see who's going to put out the better game plan tonight as Jacksonville play their first game and Sachs is going to play their second game.
Yeah, this is one of the situations where Sachs will have to really turn it on offensively. Yesterday was a bit of a struggle. Only scored a few points, I think 6 points in the first quarter. Got the scoring going a little bit later on in that first half, and then closed it out, knocking off a Weaver basketball team. This is a completely different challenge, and this is a challenge of a team that won the state championship in the classification above the one that Sachs plays in. And so a really, really tough team, and they bring back a lot of the players that won that state championship last year. They also, had a really, really good showing last year, about this time last year at the Calhoun County Championship as well. So this is going to be an interesting one, a tough challenge here for Sachs. Meanwhile, for Jacksonville, they won a state championship, but I know they. Down deep, they still want to win one of these championship trophies. Lost last year by 2 to Oxford, 64-62. But in order to get to the county championship game, you got to knock off your first opponent here tonight.
Oh, yes. And I've had the honor to watch Jacksonville a few times this year. I watched them over in Atlanta. I also watched them up in Huntsville. It's always good to follow and to see good basketball, and their team has the talent, and they are ready, locked and loaded and ready to display some of this talent in the county tournament. And like you said, they are and they should be hungry for. They haven't won a Calhoun County championship since like '96.
Right, yeah.
And they lost it last year, so they have a lot to be fighting for, even though they won a state championship last year.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the hunger is most definitely there. And as you mentioned, that 95-96 championship team, the last trophy that came back to Jacksonville High School. And so if the coaching staff and the administration and all their friends and their family there, they could say, hey, we won the whole thing last year, but there's one thing that we want that we didn't get, and they can get it this year.
Yeah, let's throw it up and let's see what they're gonna do as Jacksonville will win the tip as Devin Barksdale come across half court, and he will set their offense. If Sachs is going to start out in the 2-3 zone. Key players to look out for is Barksdale for a long 3, John Broom with the offensive rebound, +2 to get Jacksonville on the board.
South Alabama signee, already off and running, one of the best players in the state of Alabama. And he gets Jacksonville off to a really nice start after the missed three-pointer.
As you can see, Jacksonville is giving out tremendous pressure as Anthony Balthwell misses the layup as Caden Johnson. And there's South Alabama commit John Broom with the 3 and Ethan Duke on the inside. And we have a jump ball, possession arrow, Sachs.
Good job there by Sachs. Couldn't tell who it was that got his hands right there on the basketball, and they're able to give their team another possession here. Sachs offensively just cannot start off as slowly as they did yesterday because Jacksonville is just so dangerous, as they show right there defensively.
3-point shot by Cam Johnson after the steal, no good, and Ethan Duke. And there's a pull-up mid-range jump shot by Caden Johnson, the twin. We have identical twins on the team. Not to get them mistaken, one of them has his hair braided and the other one is rocking the fro right now. So but they are both talented players, can shoot it, they're tall, they're 6'5". Jacksonville has a lot of length on this team. And so it's be interested to see how they do here in the county tournament. This game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office, and these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. Number 3, D. Elston makes the first free throw of the night to put Sachs on the board, and he misses the second one. Big rebound by Caden Caden Johnson, and here's Barksdale is going to come across half court, and they're going to set their half court offense versus this zone. They're going to see can they get something good. Offense here called circle offense. Really good offense put in by Coach Buzan as there's a three-point basket, Mountain Motorsport three-point basket there by Cam Johnson from downtown.
Really good shot there by Johnson. And as you mentioned it, this team is not only really athletic, but at the very same time, they're also really, really good shooters across the board.
And there's a two-point shot there. I think that shot was made by, might have been Bothwell or Weeks. I think that shot there was made by Streeter as he drove it to the hole, finished through the contact, and there's another three-point shot by Cam Johnson as he knocks it down again. And he can really shoot the peel when he get those feet set. And he's shooting at a high clip. Jacksonville is at their best.
No doubt. And it spreads everybody out so much because you have to go out and guard him, and then you give a lot of space to guys like John Broom and others.
And there's Jacksonville off and running. And there's Devin Barksdale find Cam Johnson again. And there's 3 straight threes. Mountain Motorsport threes by Jacksonville. Cam Johnson as Sachs will get a timeout to try to stop that fire before it gets to blazing even more.
What a run so far by Jacksonville and essentially by Cam Johnson. I mean, he has been absolutely on fire here in the first quarter of this basketball game. And Coach Jonathan Miller just looking for something defensively to slow this run down and at the same time find something on offense in the early stages of this one. This has been a shooting spree and shooting frenzy here by Jacksonville. Jacksonville High School is used to playing on this court. And they're very much used to, the dimensions, the peripherals, and everything that comes with playing on a college campus as opposed to playing at a high school campus. This is a home away from home for Jacksonville, and obviously they won 2 games here last year to make it to Birmingham before doing their damage at the state championships.
No doubt, as Jacksonville will get the steal there, and that's the hot hand.
Heat check.
That's a heat check, as he's supposed to take that shot. And Barksdale gonna launch one also. And he misses the 3 as Jacksonville is up 11-3 on Sachs. As there's a tough shot, wild shot, and they're off and running. It's probably about to be showtime by Cam Johnson.
A dunk there, and this has been Cam Johnson's show here. 3 3-pointers in a row, and then the dunk there, and a quick 13-3 lead here for the Eagles.
Jacksonville is really applying that pressure as Barksdale is. And here's John Broom also guarding Ant Bothwell. And it goes back to what we're talking about, that spacing.
Mm-hmm.
And when there's a block call, great drive there by Elston as he makes the and one shot there as Ethan Duke tried to take the charge, and they call a block. Bang, bang play there. But we were talking about the spacing, and when you can shoot it as well as Cam Johnson, you have to honor that. So you may have to stay glued, which gives Jacksonville better driving lanes, wider driving lanes with that spacing. And so let's see if Jacksonville will take advantage of that a little bit, and I think they will, as Jacksonville is up over on Sachs, 13-6 here at the 4-minute mark in the first quarter, as we have John Broom on the drive, and the lefty drops it off the glass. Great set right there coming out as Sachs is handling this pressure from Jacksonville quite well. Great move by 3.
Big thing here for Sachs is calm down, stay in their offense, stay in their flow. They've done so pretty well in the last few possessions here, but Jacksonville doing a really good job of trapping, especially down there. Everything inside is really contested and makes those passes wild passes, and you got a over and back violation.
Yes, Anthony Bothwell, that's my guy there. He had to make a business decision. He's looking, here I am at 5'7", 5'8", and he turns around, he's looking, there's a 6'5" under there waiting to throw it in the stands. You know what? I might just want to throw it away.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Try to get it out of here. So he didn't try to make that pass in the backcourt, but that's a great drive by, oh my goodness, as he missed the dunk. Great drive by Johnson, got him capitalized there. The ball comes out of there, and there's a layup again by Elston.
Yeah, Elston's off to a really nice start here.
He is, as the ball is dropped off. Another three-point shot by Jacksonville, and there's a miss. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will be Jacksonville ball on the baseline underneath. A few substitutions for both of these ball clubs as they're trying to figure each other out, and Jacksonville with the long three with John Broome. Big rebound by Sachs, number 23, Keandre Johnson. Driving kick by Balthwell to Streeter, and Streeter going to be patient, and they're going to set their offense as Jacksonville is playing man-to-man defense on them, and John Broome with the steal, and there's probably another Showtime dunk by John Broome as they extend the lead 17-8 here in the first quarter. Tough foul there by Prothro. Big time collision.
Yeah, most definitely, and get another chance here at the free throw line for Jakari Streeter.
See, can he make two here? You know, just
chip away. Just
Yep,
chip away.
chip away.
That's the big thing for Sachs, and even what Sachs is doing right now is very much improved from what they were doing yesterday offensively against Weaver. It was a real struggle offensively, but here they've answered the challenge against the #1 team in the tournament.
These free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic, as we have Jakari Streeter, who misses his first one but makes the second free throw to pull within this lead 17-9 as Jacksonville is on top of Sachs here at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. I would love to see Jacksonville drive the ball more, you know, instead of take as many threes as they're taking. As you saw that Cam Johnson had, you know, he made his splash there on 3 straight threes, and now those threes aren't falling.
Right.
Try to get something easy.
Yeah.
On the inside.
Yeah, can punt, go to your next weapon.
Yep.
So to speak, after you get cold.
But these guys, they never believe that they're cold. Which you need some of that also.
Exactly.
You got to understand that's a great pass by Broome to Caden Johnson on alley-hoop, and Caden Johnson lays it up for his first points of the game.
Yeah, I think they heard you. That time, John Broome drove, and they were able to slide past the defense there and get the easy bucket.
We have a few guys off the bench here. DeMonte Sinclair and Jaquan Irvin, as there's another good drive by Elston and a putback by 23, Keandre Johnson. Sachs hitting the offensive glass there.
You really like to see that. If you're Coach Jonathan Miller, you're a fan of the effort being put in so far in the early stages of this one. Keandre Johnson, who had a good game yesterday, played great defense against Weaver.
And we have a travel call here at the top of the key on Jacksonville. Jaquan Irvin, as Sachs will take over the ball. Here with 1:16 to go in the first quarter, as Jacksonville leads Sachs 19-9 in the Calhoun County Tournament. Interesting fact about this game, Jacksonville and Sachs have a set of twins on the roster.
Wow.
That is the Elston brothers.
That's right.
And you have the Johnson brothers.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So you don't really see that a lot, you know, these days. And I think all four, they kind of mirror each other. The twins' games mirror each other. Or the brothers.
One set is just taller.
Right.
Yeah, they're taller, and that's all. But the Elston boys got really good game. I remember those kids playing Little League basketball in Anniston. I had a hard time recognizing them just to see that they're older now. You know,
right.
So I think they're seniors.
Yeah, that's
St. Clair missed both of those free throws. Opportunity here for Sachs to cut in his lead even more. As Sachs been doing a really good job taking care of the basketball. New faces on the floor. You have Kedrick Kedrick Fisher on the floor for Jacksonville. And looks like Sachs is gonna pull him out, spread him out even more. Three-point shot by Weeks is off the mark, and be Jacksonville ball as we are under a minute in the first quarter here in the last game of the night here at the Calhoun County Tournament at Jacksonville State University, as the Jacksonville Eagles are leading the Sachs Wildcats. Let's see if Jacksonville can get something good here. There's a ball screen. Ball kicked over to Irvin. Big time rebound. Just lost it there by Prothro.
Yeah, he skied for that one.
He did.
You can see the athleticism.
Like he took the elevator, everybody else took the stairs. Another opportunity for Sachs to try to score again before the first quarter is over. And great defense there by Jaquan, as there's a turnover as Barksdale picks up the ball, and great hustle there by Sachs as Barksdale casually dribbling the ball up the court and didn't realize that number 5, Christian Smith, with a sense of urgency, busting his tail back to get back into play to get the deflection out of bounds. And there it is again, Cam Johnson with the Mountain Motorsport 3, as he has 4 threes here in the first quarter.
Shooting the lights out now. Sachs is still playing relatively well, keeping themselves in this one, but I'll tell you what, the hottest hand so far on the floor has been Cam Johnson.
There's another turnover. He got to let it go again. Great shot there by that young man, as Jacksonville, end of the first quarter at the Calhoun County Tournament. Jacksonville leads Sachs 22-11. We're going to step aside, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Keith with Keller Williams Realty Group in Anniston, Alabama, and I'm a 2023 Calhoun County Tournament sponsor. I'm so happy to be a sponsor for this event. I played in it as a student, so I know how important it is to the student and the fans and the community. It's just a special event, so to be a sponsor for this event is really like a dream come true. If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate, give me a call. I'm open 7 days a week, 256-452-5295. Proud to be a sponsor of the Calhoun County Tournament. Thank you, guys.
And we are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as Caden Johnson goes showtime again for Jacksonville Eagles with a big-time dunk to start the quarter here in the first half of the county tournament on the boys' side for Jacksonville. Jacksonville leads Sachs 24-14, and they are going to turn up the pressure here as Sachs turn it over on the baseline, and Jacksonville will take back over the ball here to see can they execute and extend this lead.
Yeah, no doubt. This has been the Jacksonville show. It was really the three-point show from Cam Johnson really helped separate the lead. However, for Sachs, you got to give them a lot of credit. Came back after a really low-scoring affair yesterday, came back today, and they played really well behind the efforts of Deontay Elston as well as Keandre Johnson, Keandre Johnson and Deontay Elston, Jakari Streeter also getting into the mix there for the Wildcats. And so they're playing a lot better. You know, Coach Miller has to be pleased with that, but Coach Buzan also pleased with with the hot shooting that his team has had. And we will be coming back in the studio for a second, and we'll introduce you to Josh Keith, the former Jacksonville Golden Eagle. He joins us. He's now in the professional world, and he's with Keller Williams. We'll get to talking about his business ventures. But we'll also talk first basketball, because I know you played basketball.
Yeah, a little basketball.
What are some of your memories of being a former Golden Eagle and watching now as your alma mater plays?
The Calhoun County tournament. I mean, that's a big thing for the county. I mean, it's a big showcase. You don't get to see a lot of teams during the season, but everybody's going to see you at the county tournament.
Right.
So, I mean, that's just one big thing for the county, and I think it's cool how it's continued on to be one of the big things, you know, in Calhoun County. And I was super nervous going out there with Pete Matthews, man. I'm telling you, all those people in the stands, it was just, but it was a lot of fun.
Right.
You know, something I'll never forget, for sure.
And one of the big things, in my opinion, is the fact that it is everybody in the county. I mean, you don't normally get an Oxford Faith Christian play in the regular season.
That's right.
The only times you get it is here during the county. Did you feel that when you were a player, being able to play against teams that you might not have played against in the regular season?
We never made it that far, so, you know, it was pretty much the same old. You know, we played the Weavers and the Piedmonts. You know, we got to pass, you know, first round, second round. But yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like I said, matchups you normally don't see. You see at the Calhoun County tournament, and it's just a special event. So glad to see Jacksonville doing well.
Exactly. I was going to ask you about that. Your alma mater now, the #1 seed, are doing a lot better. It sounds like than they did when you played. What's your takeaway from this program? Winning a state championship last year, getting to the county championship game, and then now the #1 seed.
That's so incredible. I never thought I'd see it. I mean, we've always had great talent.
Right.
Great talent. I mean, but to see them actually take home the state title, I think that's something they should be proud of. I mean, we're proud of as alumni. You know, just to watch them grow and play hard. Just watching them now, you know, it's just amazing seeing them play that hard, and you know, the athleticism, and just really happy to see that.
Exactly.
I really am.
Exactly.
Did y'all make it to the Final Four?
Your
junior year?
No,
it was actually might have been your freshman year.
Yeah, so we had some Final Four teams. I was on the team that we played Tarrant. Yeah, and Marquise Mays. I don't know if you guys remember him. They put us out. We actually tied with Alexandria in the area, and we had a coin flip to see who won the area. And of course, the coin flip was at Alexandria, but they won the coin flip.
Right.
But so we had to travel to Tarrant, and we just couldn't get past those guys. They were very athletic. So.
Exactly. And Ralph, here in this game, as we have a timeout, we'll come back to the desk here. This has been a really fun tournament. I think a lot of people expect Jacksonville to win this game and get to that next level.
That's pressure.
Exactly.
It's a little pressure.
Good pressure.
Yeah.
That's true.
And they're starting off the second quarter on a really hot start. I saw John Broom hitting a shot there.
Had an alley-hoop. Big time alley-hoop dunk right there in the second quarter. And I think Jacksonville, like you said, that pressure that's on you. The good teams and the good players and the good coaches, they want that pressure.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
No doubt.
Not only do you want that pressure, you are the pressure.
That's right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how you have to own that thing. And I think if Jacksonville can do that, I really think that Jacksonville can make that run. Like you said, they haven't won a county championship since '96.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
You know, and I think they are hungry to bring that thing back to Jacksonville. Which is right around the corner from Pete Matthews.
I was going to say, outside of JCA, they're the closest team from a campus perspective from Jacksonville State University. Jacksonville High School is. While we got you here, Josh, you're also now working with Keller Williams, and so you could tell the people that you know what you're doing now. You're still in this community, and still serving the good people of this community.
Still serving Jacksonville. A lot of people recognize me from the jewelry store. I worked at K Jewelers for 6 years.
Right.
I'm in the real estate game now, and a little under 2 years I've been in real estate.
Right.
I came in at a good time. I think a lot of new agents are coming in at this time, but I had a pretty good year last year. Last year was my first full year in real estate.
Right.
I did a little bit under $6 million in sales. So just really pushing it, just trying to keep going. And my first year, I did $3 million. So hopefully this year we just continue to build on that.
Yeah, no doubt. And for those that are, whether it's looking to buy or sell, either side of the transaction, tell them how you can help and how they maybe get in touch with you and you can help facilitate their transactions.
That's right. You can give me a call, 256-452-5295. I've got a website, joshkeithrealty.com. You can stop by the local Keller Williams branch, ask for me. I'm easy to get in touch with, you know.
I see your billboards everywhere as well. So, I mean,
that's the thing about real estate. You got to get your face out there, and I'm a little more comfortable now.
Right.
Like when you first get in it, it's just all just coming down on you, man. It's like it's a lot going on. So I'm starting to get into my groove a little bit and do fun things like this and kind of just take off. So.
Yeah, no doubt.
I always thought you had the charisma to do that, though. Like, even when you was working in the jewelry shop, always smiling. So, you know,
appreciate that.
It's nothing now that you're doing it in real estate. I mean, it's just, if that's your talent,
I appreciate
you go ahead
that.
and do that, man. And I think you would do well, and I pray that you continue to do well and even better than what you've been doing.
And it's good that you're still serving the people here. How important was that to you to stay around in the community and help out, you know, those, as you mentioned, you know, you played and there was a village that took care of you.
That's right.
And now you're taking care of the village.
It's kind of hard to believe, you know. I mean, just how life is, just always progressing. I thought it'd make it a little bit easier to stay in Calhoun County too, right?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
You know, but there's a lot of people that helped me to get to where I am today. And really want to just give back and do everything I can with the community.
Right.
Just keep pushing forward, you know.
What was the favorite part? What was the thing that drove you into real estate? As you mentioned, you had a career change kind of in the middle of adulthood.
That's a great question. Really just a lot of the freedom and just when I worked in retail, I just, you know, it was long hours, 12-hour days, but now I'm getting ready to start a family.
Right.
You know, I'm having a daughter.
Congratulations.
February 3rd.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So I just had
First child?
Yeah, first child.
Oh, man.
First child. So it's life changing, a lot of things changing. And my wife was like, yeah, you can't do this retail stuff anymore.
No, that's true.
You can't do it. So I decided to get into real estate, and here I am.
Yeah,
I get it. I had to give up the coaching.
And love it.
I thought, you know what I mean? I didn't have to, but I did. Like you said, long hours, children at home, the family dynamic changer.
Absolutely.
And you know, you want to be there on the inside of you. You want to be there with your children and with your family as you watch them grow and things like that. And in some professions, you can't.
I just want to say it was a pleasure watching you coach, man. Just watching what you've done in the county. It's been really, really cool to watch that, man. That was just the transformation you did, man. That was just amazing. So
thank you so much, man. That really means a lot. You know what I mean? I don't miss coaching as much.
No,
but it was fun. It was fun while it lasted.
I
had some really good memories. And I was, like you said, in your situation, if you still serving Calhoun County, it was nice to serve Calhoun County in that aspect of coaching.
Yeah,
you know,
no doubt about it. Josh, we're gonna keep you in for just a bit. We're gonna call the end of this half, and then we'll talk a little bit more coming up at halftime. But Ralph, we've seen in the midst of the second quarter the run still coming for Jacksonville. However, Sacs still playing well and hanging in here at the end of the second quarter.
They are. It's like Jacksonville makes their runs, they have their dunks and things like that, but just really can't create the separation because they're not getting the stops consistently on the defensive end to create that separation.
Right.
So they probably have like 6 dunks on the game right now with the host of threes also, but until they can consistently get stops back to back to back in multiple series in the game, it'll be hard for them to pull away from Sacs. As Sacs, they're going to shoot the ball. They're shooting the ball at a high clip. They're scoring way more than what they did yesterday.
Right.
As we had a flagrant call here in transition on one of the kids from Sacs as Broom went up for the layup or for the dunk and he pushed him out the air. I don't think he really meant it like that. Just didn't want to give up anything free to Broom as Broom misses one and he sinks the second one.
There you see the situation. Sacs up 40-21, 48.7 seconds left, and a good shot there of Coach Trace Bouzon, which and we were talking about this off the air before the game. He's now in his first season with the boys. He's coached a long time on the girls' side, but I see no difference in the dynamic of the state championship team and this year's team. They still play with that same hunger and urgency.
Oh, you could tell, man. And you know with Bouzon, I think he has that pressure on himself where he wants to win with the talent there because he knows that the talent is there. And now it's just a matter of doing it. I think something that can really help him as young coach on the basketball, on the boys side, with this talent and that expectation is for the players to say, you know what, man, let's win this for coach.
Right.
Let's let him have a chance to win it like some of us did last year, so he can have that feeling also. It won't do nothing but help the program, and it will help that culture there, as they are senior heavy in the starting lineup. But for all the kids that's coming up, they understand that the standard is, you know, Jacksonville want to be a state powerhouse also.
Right, and not just a flash in the pan. And it looks like, as Josh said everywhere, it's got like it's got a good feel to it from what they're building over there. They won the state championship last year. They currently rank number 2 in the state, according to the latest polls, behind Westminster Christian. This is a really good team and a good program as well. And it seems to me that he's just carrying the torch.
As we have Jacksonville 43 sacks, 23 as we go into the half here at the Calhoun County tournament on the boys side, and we're still here with Josh Smith, and we're gonna go to break as we step aside.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josh Keith with Keller Williams Realty Group in Anniston, Alabama, and I'm a 2023 Calhoun County Tournament sponsor. I'm so happy to be a sponsor for this event. I played in it as a student, so I know how important it is to the student and the fans and the community. It's just a special event, so to be a sponsor for this event is really like a dream come true. If you're looking to buy, sell, or invest in real estate, give me a call. I'm open 7 days a week, 256-452-5295. Proud to be a sponsor of the Calhoun County Tournament. Thank you, guys.
And we are back here at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. And we have a guest with us today, Gerhard.
Yeah, Josh Keith of Keller Williams. We're here at halftime. Jacksonville up big by 20, 43 to 23. And
we have an alum here.
Up on Saxon. and as fate would have it, we have a former Jacksonville basketball player as well. So as you took in the first half of Jacksonville's first game, what are some of your impressions there?
I'm glad they came out and played hard. I mean, that's the one thing you want to do, is play hard. I think Coach Buzon has them doing that. They look great. They put a lot of pressure on sacks, a couple easy dunks. I know one of the twins was Johnson.
Yeah.
He's lighting it up out there. I mean, you can't, it's just a great start. I mean, you can't write it any better than that. So
no doubt.
Glad they're coming out strong, representing that number 1 seed.
Absolutely. And Josh right now is in real estate, serving the community that he once lived and grew up in, and now that he's an adult, now serving that community again for those that might have missed it the first time around or didn't have a pen or paper or paying attention to the game. How can people get in touch with you and some of the things that you offer?
Easy to do. You can call me. That's the easiest thing to do. Text or call. That'd be 256-452-5295. I've got a website at joshkeithrealty.com. And the Keith is K-E-I-T-H. A lot of people like to do K-I for some reason. So K-E-I-T-H. Got an email address, joshkeith@kw.com. Pretty simple. I'll make it pretty easy for you to get in contact with me. So.
Absolutely. And it's great that you're back in the community. It's incredible that you're doing it in real estate. How has that market changed, in your opinion, from when you were studying it, to where it is right here in 2023?
It has definitely changed. You know, everybody turns on the news, they hear different things about the real estate market, but everything changes. Nothing stays the same. I mean, if you go buy some eggs right now, it's not going to be the same as it was a couple months ago. So real estate is just changing, but it's not in a bad way.
Right.
You know, just a normal flow is what I would say.
Is it a buyer's market right now?
It's changing to that. You know, it's changing to a buyer's market for sure. But people are always going to want to buy and sell. That's never going to change. And when I hear that stuff on the news, I think about, you know, they talk about the interest rates and things like that. Well, the interest rates were super low during COVID.
Right.
So the only place for them to go is up. So it's not as bad as people make it out to be.
Right.
So keep that in mind too. You know, whether you're working with me or not, just keep that in mind.
No doubt.
A lot of people need that insight, and they actually need people like you that they are comfortable sharing the information with, someone that can be honest with them. And where we live at, integrity and honesty goes a long way when it comes to purchasing homes,
100%.
selling homes, and things like that. So we're just, like you said, we're thankful to have you in our community, somebody that we're comfortable with, as we're glad that you're here and you can tell us what you do and you can tell everybody what you do so they can see it. And who knows, you know, you could put all your information out there. They may pick it up and they started from here. Say, man, we saw you on the Calhoun County net on the network, man. So we need you to help us out. So we're like I said, we're thankful for that, man, and we're glad to have you here, and we're glad to be a help to you. And we're gonna go to break here again. We're at the halftime mark here, and at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023.
Don't let some New York City lawyer in a fancy suit tell you the only way you can get the money you deserve in your car crash is to use his mega law firm. All you'll be there is just another number in an endless hall of records.
And remember, our files have names, not numbers, and the only size that matters is the size of the check.
So if you've been injured in a car crash, call Cleveland and Murphy, 256-403-5317. Or look us up on the web at modelcitylaw.com.
Call my daddy!
Come on down to Ollie's Car Wash here in Jacksonville. They have the automatic car wash and the self-serve where you can wash your car with their many different wash modes, which include engine cleaner, bug off, tire scrub, pre-soak, and the foam brush. Ollie's also has the detail section that has vacuums, trash bins, and an area to buy towels, tire shine, Armor All Whites, and air fresheners. So come on down to Ollie's Car Wash located at 811 Pelham Road South here in Jacksonville.
We are back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023 as Jacksonville Eagles are leading the Sacs Wildcats 43-23 as Jacksonville had a huge second quarter as they extended their lead to 20, and that pressure is up and they're off and running again. As you can see, there's a layup, great pass by Barksdale to Caden Johnson for the layup.
Well, as Josh Keith was just talking about earlier, you know, Cam Johnson really went off in the first half. You wonder if this is Caden Johnson's half here. He's off to a really nice start, and they do it the same way that they got the lead. Right. Smothering defense and give yourself an easy basket on the other side.
Right, and there it is right there with Streeter on the backdoor cut. Just misses the runner there in the paint. Trying to score it on the inside. Ball's up on the rim, and Jacksonville, big-time rebound by Caden Johnson as he come out with it. And ball will get advanced. Great patience by these boys, and they look like they're going to pull it out and run something.
Set up in a half-court set here, and really patient.
Needs some penetration right here. Long three by Barksdale, and he nails it as he makes the Mountain Motorsport three here for the first three-point basket here in the third quarter by Jacksonville.
Yeah, Barksdale really exploded on the scene last year. Came off the bench, played heavy minutes. I remember I called him in the state championship game, called that Jacksonville High School state championship game, and he was sensational in that game. He was only a freshman then, and you just knew his future was bright, and still is.
Plays with a lot of confidence and a lot of swagger. Believes in his jump shot a lot as he continued to grow as a young player, as a young point guard. You can see the progression.
I was going to ask you about that, about being a young point guard, and you almost have to command a team. I always think about it like rookie quarterbacks in the NFL. You're almost, as a young person, you're tasked to be the leader of all these guys, and just how difficult that is as a point guard yourself, but then also coaching young guys to be the floor general, so to speak.
It is. We have the conversation all the time with guys, and there's a charge taken by Ethan Duke, and look at his teammates helping him up. We always talk about the point guard. His voice has to be a command. He doesn't always have to lead with the scoring or passing or things like that, but his command has to be that he's in charge of what we're in. It's not that I own you or I tell you what to do. I tell us what we're going to do. And this is being relayed from the coach to us as Broom takes another long three. And I think as a young point guard, that's hard to do sometimes, especially with Barksdale being a sophomore playing on a team with four other starters that are seniors. So those seniors aren't going to give up that spot so easy, you know, and as they should. But the good thing about it, having that senior leadership, all those guys have voices, and they can help groom Barksdale into who he needs to be as next year as he returns. He will definitely have to be the command on that team. Right.
But he's getting those reps in right now, so to speak, and it's always good to see. And you're getting at the highest level too. I mean, it's not like, you know, a guy just walks in to any regular situation. He's walking into a really talented team as well. So he's kind of being buoyed up by the talent of the people around him, and then of course he's got his own talent.
And yes, that's true, because he was one big reason why they won the state championship last year. He was like the sixth man off the bench, and he brought really good energy and quick scoring for them as they won that state championship last year, and they're trying to win it again. As you see, there's a foul call on the inside by Barksdale, as Sacs will get 2 free throw shots. We have Keandre Johnson at the free throw line. Here's these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. Also, this game is brought to you by Calhoun County Commission Office. As a little short left there by Keandre Johnson. See if he make the adjustment here, which I think he will. See, can they get another point on the board here for the Sacs Wildcats here in the second half. They're going to need that scoring to continue.
No doubt.
He missed both free throws there as Jacksonville is going to come out with it, and baseline drive by Jaquan Irvin, and shoestring. Look at Broom on the inside.
Just so active. Just so active down there.
I'm glad to see Broom here. I think Broom has like 18 points, all 2-pointers, where he usually is a high-volume three-point shooter, and so he's getting it done on the inside in the paint. He's rebounding. He is scoring at the rim. So that's big for him, and you can see the talent there as he will go to South Alabama next year as a charge is taken there by DeMonte Sinclair, and that's exactly how that kid can get some minutes off the bench by showing the coach that he's willing to sacrifice his body for the team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And anytime that you have a state championship caliber team, sometimes with egos and whatnot, it gets a little bit hard, but I'm not saying there's any egos on this basketball team. I'm just saying the nature of humans in general. Once you win a championship, sometimes it's hard to, take pride in the little things, but Jacksonville's a team that certainly takes pride in doing all the little things right. And then all the things that get you the headlines and the highlights, and Cam Johnson's doing all of that today.
For his 5th three of the night, as he nails another three for the Jacksonville Eagles as they extend their lead to 55-23, and that's true. Good thing about them and this team right here is that when you win a state championship and you return a lot of the key players that were the reason that you won a state championship, I think it helps. I was on the state championship team, and then we returned a lot of players, and there were a lot of egos there as we were trying to fill those spots that were now missing, and it was tough.
Yeah,
it was tough. A lot of long, hard nights trying to figure that out, and it was one of the hardest things I ever had to do. But we ended up losing that next year, and it was because we just weren't good enough that year, and like you said, complacency has set in.
Right.
But I don't think that's what it is with Jacksonville. I think they're gonna be hungry and clicking at the right time, and they are yet to play their best basketball.
Exactly.
Which that's okay.
Right.
You just need to be turning the corner right now. And if they can do that, I think they'll make another run for it. It's another corner three by Broom, and he buries the Mountain Motorsport three from the corner for the Jacksonville Golden Eagles as they extend this lead well over 30 right now.
Exactly, and you talked about just moments ago, but about how he's a high-volume three-point shooter. He's hit a lot of twos. There's another two on the dunk on the other side, and a three. Just a really good sequence for that young man.
It is, man. He is very talented. Come from good stock. His mom is a Hall of Fame at Jacksonville State University, and I will tell you, Gerhard, like I tell everyone else, as they say, it's in the mama.
Oh yeah.
If the mama is a stud, I'm telling you, that son, because the mama puts it in him, and it does. And dad, no knock to dad, but I understand at home I have 2 young boys. And I know if I got a really good mom there, I know my boys are in good hands. So
exactly.
I think that's what it is there with John Broom, and he'll go to South Alabama next year and play for Riley Ritchie.
Right, yeah.
Down there in South Alabama, and I think he will be a good addition. I think John was actually their top recruit in that class.
Yeah.
And so I still don't, I don't think he's hit his ceiling yet. I think he still have a lot to grow, and once they get him there in that college program and he gets the consistency of the training, I think his best basketball is still yet to come.
Yeah, and you can tell he's got a good frame, got a good size to be able to add more, and I expect him to fill out. We've seen a lot of guys that are from this area grow, and we talked about Alex Odom, who's headed to Jacksonville State, John Broom, who's headed to South Alabama. You coach guys at Sacred Heart who are all over the country playing college basketball. There's a different dynamic once you get to that college level, and it feels like all of them, either in the future projecting where John and Alex will do, or seeing the past of what you guys were able to do, take their game to that next level.
And there's another steal by Johnson, and the big-time slam by Johnson as he dunks the ball so hard the ball ends up at the scorer's table.
A great play, and it's another thing of Jacksonville here today. A lot of these dunks are created from good defense.
It is.
Great one-on-one perimeter defense. They get a good clean steal, and they take it back. And yeah, on social media, you're going to see the shot of the ball cocked back and the dunk, but the start of that play was good defense. And a lot of times you don't see the good defense. You see the highlight play, and we'll show the dunks on the highlights, and you'll see those still images on social media, but not to take away from what this team's able to do defensively.
Right. And Jacksonville, like you said, they played a tough schedule this year. The power rankings from AL.com came out this morning, and they were ranked number 9 in the state in all classes.
Right.
And so the respect factor is there where people see that talent and they are recognizing that they could be a problem. But also at number 8 was Westminster Christian.
Wow.
Which I believe, and I've said this at the beginning of the season, that those are the 2 teams that are probably going to meet in the state championship. And I believe they both could beat each other.
Wow. Yeah.
It's just a matter on who's going to prepare and who's going to get better and who's going to play the best on that night.
Exactly.
And so if Jacksonville can continue to grow, not even secretly, but on top of the air, I am actually pulling for Jacksonville or anybody in this area to win a state championship and bring it back to Calhoun County, because it's always fun to see them win as we get a putback here by Sachs, number 5, Christian Smith.
Yeah, and Smith has had a pretty solid game, and I'm right there with you with Jacksonville, and the pollsters agreed. The Alabama Sports Writers Association has Westminster Christian and Jacksonville number 1 and number 2 in the state, as you sit right now.
As Barksdale lined it up from the corner for 3, and it is good by Barksdale for the Mountain Motorsport 3-point basket. They are really shooting the ball well. We've seen some really good shooting today.
Yeah.
And, today's shooting has been way better than yesterday's shooting.
Oh, for sure.
Where these guys and these girls are really shooting the cover off the ball, and it's always fun to watch.
Oh yeah.
People that can shoot the ball.
Yeah, and I think a lot of it too, you have to kind of tip your hat to the game plan going into it, because these last 3 Jacksonville 3-pointers have all been corner 3s built on good movement in the offense.
Yep.
And they're wide open. And so not only is the shot going down, but it's going down and you're getting a good quality shot based on good ball movement offensively. And a lot of that's based on great defense, and you're seeing it once again here.
There's Caden Johnson again, slicing through the defense. A big-time slasher. You don't see a lot of slashers in the game anymore, as the referee's going to call a block call there on DeMonte Sinclair as he's trying to earn those minutes from coach, and I like it. The kids there love Monte. Did you know that DeMonte Sinclair was on the football team at Jacksonville? First year playing, had a stellar season.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my goodness. We're just happy to see him do well. Tough. Very mature for his age as far as his decision making and being able to understand what's going on around him and his awareness. So he's a really good piece to that team there at Jacksonville. As Jacksonville going to hold for the last shot as Barksdale is going to dribble and he's going to attack off the ball screen, and there he is on floater, coming up just short, and Jaquan to Barksdale again. Had enough time right there, just didn't really understand it. He had more time to gather himself to get a better shot.
And a good closeout too by Sachs there.
It was. Sachs will get a shot. He will shoot it from beyond half court, and he misses it. Jacksonville 67 and Sachs 29 as we end the third quarter here at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. And we'll be back with more Calhoun County basketball action after these messages.
I am a dreamer who will make a difference in this world.
I'm flying to a future of great promise and change.
I am a mentor committed to helping my students transform their lives.
I'm a hard worker striving to build a better Alabama.
I am a go-getter with ambition and drive.
I am a Gadsden State Cardinal.
Watch me.
Watch me.
Watch me fly.
Hi, I'm Susan Shipman, Director at Second Chance. Second Chance provides safe shelter and supportive services for victims of domestic and sexual violence and educates residents of the communities served, empowering victims in their recovery and the public towards intervention in these crimes. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 9 men will experience domestic violence in their lifetime. You know someone. Please give us a call, 800-650-6522.
We're back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023, and Jacksonville continues to pour it on as Cam Johnson opened the fourth quarter with another three-point shot in the corner for his sixth three-pointer of the night.
Shooting just has been unbelievable here today by Cam Johnson, and really as the Jacksonville team as a whole, but most certainly with Cam Johnson. Then immediately after that, great defense led to John Broome going back to the free throw line.
And John Broome is an excellent free throw shooter, and these free throws are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic, as he missed the second one, but he made the first one. Fourth quarter, and they're on a running clock right now. As Sachs, good drive there by Streeter as he puts it in for two. And Sachs is still fighting.
Oh, no doubt about it. Love to see that. Yeah, no doubt about it. Number one, love to see it, and also it's a good show because, as we talked about previously in this quarterfinal round, a lot of times Sachs won't get a team as talented as Jacksonville is, the rest of the way on their roster. This is a really fine performance here by Jacksonville, but still some things that Sachs can hang their hat on, and they're still playing tough here in the fourth.
It is, as Keandre Johnson with another two there in the paint for the Sachs Wildcats, as Jacksonville will move the ball around, still trying to figure this zone out. I think Jacksonville has been doing a really good job of moving in his zone, as there's an alley hoop from twin to twin from Cam Johnson to Caden Johnson, as I think both teams thought there was a timeout, and there wasn't. And there's a big-time dunk by Johnson.
Huge dunk there by Johnson. I think that both Johnsons knew that they were about to come out because it was a wholesale substitution.
Oh my goodness!
Five players were at the scorers table, ready to come in. It looks like Coach Bouzon will get some subs in the game.
Is that rim 10 foot?
It doesn't look it. It looked about 7 feet, but that just might be because he skied that high.
Oh man!
I mean, this Jacksonville team, you're seeing the athleticism on site here. We talk about the long layoff between the number 1 seeds, number 2, 3, and 4 seeds, not being able to get on the court. The good thing is that you only have to play a couple of games before you're in the championship. The bad part is that you have to block off a large part of your time so you don't get a good game in for a while. But it doesn't seem to, the rest versus rust issue seemed to be silenced immediately.
And I will say this: when you come out playing a tough schedule throughout the year, man, you are always looking for some games that you can get some confidence and you can showcase what you are. Because I watched Jacksonville play earlier in the year where they played Spain Park and Kingsridge out of Georgia, and when they went up to Huntsville, they played Austin, and they played some teams that where they didn't get to do all what they get to do today, and so. They're having fun out there right now, and that's what it's about. And enjoy this time, because it's not as often as you get 10 dunks in a game and you get 12, 13 three-point makes. Right. So shout out to that program there as they come out tonight and actually put their will on the game. And I know Coach Bouzon and the Jacksonville community will be happy for this win.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You talked yesterday about the scoring and then kind of the team goals that you would have at Sacred Heart, that kind of 20-point quarters. Well, I mean, Jacksonville's put a 22-point quarter, a 21-point quarter, and a 24-point quarter together with their starters. Now, most of their starters are now out. You're starting to see some substitutions or some of the younger guys playing here in the game. We'll get you those names as they make plays here in the basketball game, but that run of those 20-minute or those 20-point quarters, they surpassed that in some of those, and it really felt like this team had a desire to go out, I think make a statement, not just a statement to Sachs, but make a statement to the rest of the county.
Yes.
That, hey, we're coming after that championship trophy that we haven't had in a long time.
And they've played the best so far as a team, and as they should, and
right.
Like you said, those 20-point quarters, like, man, and coaches and other coaches are looking like, man, how are we going to stop that?
Right, exactly.
And the truth of the matter is, you can't stop it. It's just a matter of them stopping themselves if they are doing what they're supposed to do. All you can do sometimes, one thing I love about basketball is sometimes great offense beat good defense.
Yep.
You have to sit back and just take your hat off and say, man, they're playing well. And it'll be interesting to see if they can keep this intensity up. Hopefully this is not their best game.
For sure, yeah.
Hopefully this is not their best game. And I remember watching Sachs play maybe in 2018, the year Deontay's senior year, and I was going to leave. They were playing Oxford, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to leave the game, and I just look at the stat sheet because we're going to probably play Oxford later on. And then what I seen was I stayed at the game because I wanted to see the atmosphere, everything, and Oxford jumped up on Sachs pretty bad. And I never figured out. I was like, man, they really tough. And I'm thinking that to myself, and then I also said to myself, what if that's their best game?
Right. Yeah.
And I said that right before I left. And when I left, I felt so much better about myself. And then we played Oxford, and that actually was their best game. We ended up winning that county championship.
Right.
So hopefully this is not Jacksonville's best game, which I don't think it is. Just play with that confidence that you're playing with against everyone.
Exactly.
You know,
yeah.
and like you said, those 20-point quarters, how many single-digit defensive quarters did they have?
About to say a few of them, actually, because you had a situation in the third quarter, you only gave up 6.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so gave up 6 there in the second quarter, 11 and 12 in the other 2, and so far Sachs has been able to score here against this unit from Jacksonville, but they did have a 6-point quarter given up. So to me it's a situation with this Jacksonville team, and there's 14 teams that are fielded on the boys' side. So far, only 2 haven't played yet, and they'll play tomorrow. The 3rd seed Alexandria Valley Cubs and number 4 seed the Anniston Bulldogs. As of right now, my eyes tell me here on the floor at Pete Matthews Coliseum, the best team I've seen so far is the number 1 seed.
Right.
Is this Jacksonville team.
So the coaches got it right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So far.
Right. So far. And we'll see the final 2 teams tomorrow. Alexandria will take on White Plains, and Anniston will take on Piedmont. Those are the only 2 teams that have yet to play here in this tournament.
Good to see some of these younger guys on the bench get in the game and get some experiences. Kedrick Fisher pulls up for 3-point shot, and he just misses it there. And Elston, one of the twins, he always had a slow, crafty game. Like Paul Pierce, like slow,
right,
but can get where he wants to, and there he is on the 3-point basket, lefty. Just a little long there as Emory Young will come out with it. And Jacksonville will reset to see if they can get some as DeMonte Sinclair on the drive and the left-hand layup.
There's a really athletic play there.
He is, man, real shifty. Very shifty.
Nice, a multi-sport athlete as well.
He is.
Got a chance to play football this year, and Jacksonville is it's a really proud athletics program, period.
It is.
And basketball has certainly, maneuvered its way to the top.
It is, because volleyball, baseball,
girls basketball before the boys program took off the girls basketball program.
And they have a championship.
That's correct. Yeah.
They do have a championship.
A lot of Final Four appearances as well.
Had a finals appearance in football.
That's right.
A few years ago. So they've been doing really well in the past 10, 15, 20 years at Jacksonville of keeping that tradition athletically going in that program.
Exactly. Baseball also has done really well.
There's some really good talent come out of there in baseball.
No doubt.
They were really good when I was in school, man. You didn't want to show up to Henry Farms. It'd be tough on you, man. They had the pitching, they had it all, and then they got a few guys that played at Jacksonville that's in the pros. Shed Long.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
What's my guy name? I think he lives in Pale City. The pitcher.
Oh,
Todd Cunningham.
Todd Cunningham. Yeah, played for the Braves for a little while.
Yeah.
Bounced around, played some Major League Baseball, went to the show, and now he's back in the East Alabama area.
Yeah. So that program has always been good.
They support their athletics out there too, and it's really fun to see. And for Sachs, you can build off this. You can learn and build off this and grow. Sachs will go back into their area play relatively shortly. Play in 3A Area 11, and they've already had a tough schedule so far this season, and they'll look to improve. But 1-1 here at the Calhoun County Tournament is not bad at all.
Yes, Jacksonville is gonna pull it out here as Long catches it at the three-point line, and he looks to shoot it, but he's gonna pump fake and pass it to the wing as Emory Young is gonna penetrate, gonna lay it up, and they get a foul call. They will shoot 2.
Sacs will play Piedmont coming up next Tuesday.
Out of the count, and that's an area game.
And I believe so. I'm gonna check just make sure after the reclassification if they didn't change areas or remain the same. So I'm sure they'll be locked into tomorrow's game as Piedmont takes on Anniston, doing some scouting for their next matchup.
Jacksonville, big time win here for that program. We had some really good basketball today, as these free throws also are brought to you by Bolton Chiropractic. Under a minute here in the last game of the night in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. Been a fun day today, long day. It's also been fun. It was good to see some quality action today, as this tournament is going to be shortened with teams.
Yep.
And it's going to get more competitive, and the possessions and everything you do is going to be more purposeful. And there's a great pass there to Jaquan Irvin on the alley-oop, which was a layup, as Jacksonville is in the league. And as you can see, the kids on the end of the bench, they kept playing. And your Jacksonville Eagles will win this game 86 sacks, Wildcats 39, as Jacksonville will advance to the next round in the Calhoun County Tournament 2023. And we'll be right back with some more Calhoun County basketball action after these messages.
Miller Funeral Home and Crematory has been helping families since 1970 through a commitment of turning difficult times of losing a loved one into a beautiful occasion of reflection and even celebration by responding to hurting families with kindness and expertise. Miller Funeral Home also offers a flameless cremation process that uses water instead of fire called aquamation. Let Miller Funeral Home and Crematory make hard times a little easier for your family. That's Miller Funeral Home and Crematory, located at 50 Hamrick Drive East in Oxford.
Serving East Alabama for over 20 years, Samco is your local convenient, clean, and friendly gas station. Fill up your tank with gas, diesel, or your favorite snacks and drinks. Samco has 48 locations to serve you in Calhoun, Etowah, Marshall, Talladega, and Cleburne counties. Samco is a proud community leader in giving back to help support local schools in East Alabama. For your convenient, clean, and friendly gas station needs, it's Samco.
Back at the Calhoun County Tournament 2023, as we just completed the last game of the day, where Jacksonville defeated the Sacs Wildcats, the top seed on the boys' side. They will advance in that tournament. Really good game, and a lot of good games today, as we saw the top seeds as they all advance to the next round.
Yeah, no upsets today. We thought that there might be maybe some upsets, probably a long shot though. The coaches knew going into the seeding process who the best two teams were.
Right.
On the girls' side, it was Oxford. They got the #1 seed. They won easily. The boys' side, it was Jacksonville. They got the #1 seed, and they won easily as well. The 3 seeds and 4 seeds, the other two that got the bye into the next round, so they'll play coming up tomorrow. But your Oxford girls ended up winning 59-20, knocking off White Plains. Meanwhile, your Anniston girls, the #2 seed, won today 53-32 over Pleasant Valley. So #1 Oxford girls, #2 Anniston girls into the semifinals. On the boys' side, Ralph, you just mentioned the fact that Jacksonville got the big win tonight, 86-39 in the game you just saw, eliminating Sacs. The other game on the boys' side, the Oxford Yellow Jackets, the #2 seed, knocking out Faith Christian 54-49. Probably the best game of the day of the 4 that we had today. So your 1 seeds and your 2 seeds on both sides of the bracket end up moving on. We'll take a look at the girls' bracket starting up first. So this is what it looks like as we move into that semifinal round. Oxford girls have moved on, and as has the Anniston girls, so they're both into that semifinal. And then we'll talk about what's coming up tomorrow in just a little bit. Meanwhile, on the boys' side, here you see Jacksonville, the top seed, has moved on. And then the Oxford Yellow Jackets have moved on as well, Ralph.
Oh, yes. Really good basketball today, but guess what? got better basketball tomorrow.
That's right.
As our 3 and our 4 seeds are going to take the floor for the first time, where at 3 o'clock we will have Ohatchee and the Jacksonville girls as the first game tomorrow. We also will have the Alexandria boys versus White Plains boys, which will be a really good game. First time to see Alexandria on this floor in the Calhoun County tournament. At 6 p.m., we will have Piedmont boys, girls again, versus Alexandria as we get to catch them in the county tournament. And to top off tomorrow's games for the boys' side is the 4 seed Anniston versus Red Mamba, Alex Odom, and the Piedmont Bulldogs. Once again, they met earlier in the year, went to overtime, so we'll see. We'll have a really good game tomorrow. Good games tomorrow also in this Calhoun County tournament. Man, long day, and it was nice today.
Yeah,
it is, man. I'm looking forward for it tomorrow. As you can tune in tomorrow on TV 24. And we'll be right back here with more Calhoun County action tomorrow. Y'all have a good night. And till next time, we'll see you later.